See ya. Thanks.
Thanks, Care Bear. Orlando Magic's Mo Wagner getting a rowdy standing ovation last night in the Kia Center. Everybody was so excited. Can you believe it has been over a year since he has played? Wagner tearing his left ACL December of 2024. Following that standing ovation in the first quarter, the Magic went on to beat the Pelicans. Now on their way to Germany. They are currently number 6 in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, huge deal for him and Franz both, as they'll be away playing in their home country of Germany. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to Development for coming in. And thanks to you for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. On the right, we are standing by, getting ready any minute now to hear from State Attorney General James Uthmeier and Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, giving an update on a case that they've been following, a racketeering investigation that's been stemming back a couple of years now. An update to the sex money murder gang racketeering investigation. So we will take you to that news conference live when it does begin. Right now, Governor Ron DeSantis is still speaking at Broward College in Davie, down in South Florida, talking about lowering insurance premiums and announcing some rate relief for Floridians, continuing to speak right now. So let's go ahead and listen in live as Governor DeSantis speaks in Broward County.
You'd pay very little. Now, if you buy a yacht in Fort Lauderdale, you're going to end up having to pay sales tax on that. But that's just the way it goes. So we've done that, and I think that's something that's that's really, really meaningful. So you have all this, but on property, it's just something that has really been difficult, and it's almost like you could buy a home and then all of a sudden they tell you it's worth more, so you got to pay more. You never sold it for more. Normally it's like, I have something, how much it's worth, it depends on how much somebody actually is willing to pay for it, right? Well, with property tax, oh, no, this neighbor's house, oh, your house, you bought it for $400,000. Oh, no, it's worth $700,000. Yeah, you got to pay more tax on it. Well, how is that fair for folks? And what's happened in Florida, because you've seen a rise in values, even when counties, and I know some counties have raised millage and some cities have raised millage, but even if you don't raise the millage, if the valuations are going up, then you're taking in more revenue from people. So 2019, with the first year I was governor, if you go back, now we're not, again, state doesn't get any of that. We have the sales tax and a couple other things. We got rid of the business rent tax. We've done permanent back to school holiday, permanent disaster response. I mean, we've done, what tax could I cut that will make a difference? I mean, honestly, the property is that 99% of people that have an issue with taxes in Florida talk about property tax. I never hear anyone tell me about some of these others. We did have some on business rent, but that's more of the business owners, which is fine. It was a bad tax. We got rid of it. So it's like, what can you do? We don't do it, but it's a local government. So 2019, all property tax revenue to local governments, $32 billion, which is, a pretty good amount of money. Last year, $56 billion to local governments. So from 32 to 56 billion in a 6-year period, 6 or 7 year period. First of all, that is not sustainable, right? I mean, you can't keep increasing that much. Now, I know we've had population growth, and Blaze will point this out when he does his FAFO reviews. Population growth, inflation, sure. So was it going to go more than 32? Of course it would be with that. But really, you got to go all that much? And so, we're working with folks in the legislature, to craft something that's going to be positive to be able to put on the ballot. And I think the key is we want to focus on Florida residents and their primary homesteaded property. I don't really care to give, property tax relief to people that own 10 Airbnbs. It's like, I'd rather them pay the tax than you pay the tax as somebody that is trying to raise a family or you're retired or something like that. So focus on those homesteaded Floridians. But, it's interesting. Of that 56 billion, it's like a third is homesteaded Floridians. The rest is non-homestead residential and commercial properties. And so we have a lot of room here to be able to do something really historic. We also don't want someone to then be able to move into Florida and claim it immediately because that'll drive up, costs. So we're not going to allow that. So there's a lot of different things you got to contend with. But just imagine the insurance momentum continues and you're able to do property tax, then you've basically taken home ownership, buying a home, all the stuff, all the costs that go into that. We will have done more to take a whack at that on behalf of the people than anyone's been able to do anywhere in the country. So, and we are in a unique situation because we have so many people that visit the state and pay tax. We have 141 million visitors, last year. They pay hotel tax, this tax, all that. That I'd rather them do it, right, than you as a homeowner. So we have so many people that own second homes, vacation homes, investment properties, all these things. Why not capitalize on that and bring relief? And the thing is when the revenue's pouring in, the natural thing for elected officials to do is not to do what we've done in Florida and pay down debt or to put more in we've maxed out our rainy day fund. It was, I think, $1.3 billion when I came into office. Now it's like $5 billion. We've more than tripled the rainy day fund. And you're not allowed to put any more into it. We've basically topped it off. We may have to do a little more in this next fiscal year, but we're topped off on the current fiscal year. So we've made those choices. That's not necessarily true how it is forever. So you've had money come in, and a lot of times the institutional inertia leads to just spending it, and I think that's what's happened. So, and Blaze has been fair to some of these local governments where he said, some of these local governments haven't spent as much as we thought they would have, right, on some of these audits. And I think that's great. But the reality is like 32 billion to 56 billion. What is that, like an 80% increase? Are you 80% better off with the services you're getting anywhere? No, of course not. Of course not. So we have an ability to do this, and I think do it very meaningfully. But that is really, I think, a key piece of the puzzle to making sure that folks are able to afford to buy a home, maintain a home in the state of Florida, and especially the younger people. You look at the age of the first of these average home buyer now. I think it's like 60 years old, the average purchase. And and that's nationwide. That I'm sure maybe Florida may even be a little higher, right, because of our demographics. But why is that? I think it's because the young people, part of it is, there's some cultural changes, family formation, all that, which it's hard for government to fully address that. It's a tough issue. But, obviously we'd want more young families formed. I think that's good for society. But even if they do that, they want to buy a home, 6% interest mortgage rate, this, that, all these other things. It doesn't work out, right? And you try to buy a home, you go down the street here and buy a home, say your neighbor is 75 and has lived there for 30 or 40 years. Are you going to pay the same tax they pay? No way. You're going to pay way more tax, than they're paying. So we have an opportunity to correct that, and hopefully we'll be able to get that done. Okay, do we have any questions? Yes.
Yeah, one of the beneficiaries of property taxes is the school district. Last week, the CFO mentioned that he has some say and oversight over school districts. Broward County announced last month $95 million shortfall, hiring freeze, construction boss resigned under a cloud of investigation, procurements investigated. Last week, they revealed that they got money and gave huge bonuses to administrators. There's been grand juries. You've removed school board members. Isn't it time for an outside body, the state, somebody to just take over the bureaucracy and get it straight?
Well, I think you did a good job of the laundry list of failures in the Broward School District. Honestly, it's been a disaster. I mean, let's just be honest. It's been a disaster in many different ways. It is really run more to benefit the entrenched interests, particularly the school unions, rather than the parents and the students. And so I think the question would be for our education commissioner, what authorities are there under current law for them to go in and do, or could they do, or would the legislature need to do things to be able to authorize? But there's a handful of spots around the state where, maybe thrusting some of these entities into receivership may be the best way going forward. I think you could work things out pretty quickly, but I tell you, it's tough. It's been really tough. And when people want to reform, you end up having running into a brick wall. It's been very difficult. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Governor. I appreciate it. With respect to the insurance reduction, so people that, like most of us in the room, mortgage, taxes, and insurance all in one payment. And so January renewals, according to y'all, that have gone down. So are we already seeing these reductions?
Well, and I think so it's a good question. So I think with Citizens, it's mostly going to be in the spring, correct? So if you're a Citizens holder, you will see your renewal, and yeah, it'll likely be you'll get a notice, and then that should be reflected in your escrow payments, that you're then making from then on. For the private insurers, I think it varies of when your renewals are. But if they file for a reduction, like say they file in December, and then we announce, hey, Peninsula just filed 8.2% reduction. You're not going to see that until your next renewal. So if your next renewal is coming up, you'll get it in January. If it's not till April, then it would likely wait until April for those renewals. I think when they file between how the policies, what is there, a few months usually in between those? Yeah, so they go kind of back and forth. So yes, so keep an eye out for all that. And the one thing I would just say is, in both home and auto, you have more companies that are trying to get business now. So we say on average, right? Progressive on average 10% reduction for auto. Well, you may get a bill from Progressive. Maybe you've been a customer. Maybe they don't give you any reduction. But maybe you go and look at some of these other companies and you do. And so what I've found talking to folks throughout Florida is when they do shop, particularly on the auto side, they're seeing that. But I'd say the same thing would be applied for homeowners. Now, not every company that has entered the market is going to write homeowners in every part of the state. That's just the nature of it. And that's why, I kind of, with Citizens, we've worked to depopulate it because obviously you can't sustain 1.3 million. But, there's some of these homes in Monroe that may not get any other insurer that would be able to offer. And so I do think there's just practically speaking, on the world we live in, I think there's going to do. Now, if we were starting from scratch, you may not have wanted to do that, and I think maybe people would have made some different building decisions or be willing to really pay really significant, but there's high-risk areas that may not be able to get. So that's why I think it's like, okay, it's not going to go to zero, so why not deliver actuarially sound reductions, and that's what they've done. Yes, sir.
Governor, you signed an anti-camping law, I think, last year, so Florida wouldn't turn into California. But you go to some places like in Fort Lauderdale, and you've got basically professional bums setting up entire encampments, and the local law enforcement isn't doing anything about it. They're accosting people in their cars at intersections. Would you be willing to deploy the State Guard or National Guard to go into places where the law isn't being enforced?
Well, I think the Attorney General is looking into accountability for some of those officials, and I'm certainly willing to use the authority I have to hold anybody account who's not following the law. That law was groundbreaking at the time. Remember, this was a couple years ago, And what we said very simply is you're not going to be able to use public streets and public parks because it creates a blight on communities. Honestly, it's dangerous. It's not good for business. And so locals have a responsibility to make sure that those places are kept free of seeing that. Now, I do think in a lot of parts of Florida, that's been very positively received, and I think folks have followed the law. But I'm not surprised to hear there are certain pockets that, they almost think elections are just like advisory and like we do these things and they just think they should be able to keep going on doing what they're doing. Well, that's not the way it works, right? And so we need accountability. I'll use the levers that I have available to be able to make sure that the purpose and intent of the legislation is done. I don't think there's been things we've done. I mean, there's been few things we've done that have been more popular than that with the public because people don't want it. Remember, we cleaned up Miami Beach spring break. People were gnashing their teeth when I sent in highway patrol and all this stuff. It's just so. And then what happened? You have it orderly, and then now they don't even go really to Miami Beach like they used to because they know it's not a place the inmates can run the asylum. So we did that very well. People want order. They want clean and order. And I think you look no further than a place like San Francisco. When the Chinese dictator comes, you didn't see poop on the street then. They cleaned it.
Governor DeSantis speaking live right now at Broward College, answering some questions, talking about potential accountability for enforcement of the homeless camping law that has been in effect across the state of Florida. We're still standing by waiting for Attorney General James Uthmeier to join Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. Right now we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back and get you back inside these news conferences.
Jay's a good guy.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. You can see Lake Mineola High School currently on lockdown in Lake County because of a bomb threat there. We know law enforcement on the scene, canvassing the area, deputies with the sheriff's office taking a look to make sure everything is safe and sound for those students. We're also standing by waiting for Attorney General James Uthmeier joining the Polk County Sheriff for a news conference where they're giving an update about an investigation in a racketeering case involving the sex money murder gang. You're going to hear from that coming up in just a little bit. So we will take you there live when it begins. We're also monitoring developments after 2 people found dead in a fire in Palm Bay in Brevard County. You're going to hear from the assistant chief in a little bit as well, who just spoke and gave an update to reporters a little bit ago. Right now, though, we're listening in to Governor Ron DeSantis talking about insurance premiums, lowering that across the state of Florida, and currently taking questions right now at the end of a news conference at Broward College. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Is a little bit different than how it would work in Miami. I mean, I just think I think you understand that. So, yeah, we're looking forward to the legislative session. You know, the good thing about, my position is I say I'm kind of playing with house money because I've made a lot of promises over the years and delivered on all of them, right? I mean, like, I believe in delivering on what I say. If I come out and say I'm going to do something, it's not idle. I follow through and deliver. And so, we've had a great run of major successes. And so I think we want to continue the trajectory. I talked about the trajectory of budget, reducing debt, low taxes. All those things are very important. As you know, I called the special session on congressional redistricting. That'll happen sometime in April. And so it's not going to cloud the regular session. And we'll handle that at the appropriate time so you can focus on that. We are going to be I'm working with folks in both the House and Senate on crafting what ballot measure would work for the property tax. We got to be bold, obviously, but you also have to get something passed. And we're going to work very hard to do that. And so I don't know that that's going to be done in the regular session, but I know we're going to be working on it for that. And look, I mean, what better thing to have a special session just solely focused, on property tax, relief. Why should that have to be competing with naming a post office or a highway after someone? Let's put 100% of our effort on something that's going to be very, very meaningful for people. And then we've also, and I'll talk a little bit more about tomorrow, we want to make sure that Floridians are not going to end up roadkill with this AI revolution that's going on. And look, private companies can develop technology as they see fit, but we do have a responsibility to make sure that the technology that's developed is ethical, that it reinforces our values as both Floridians and Americans, and certainly we shouldn't be trying to greenlight anything that's going to displace human beings.
Governor DeSantis talking about AI and some of the other things that we'll see come up in the legislative session, which begins tomorrow. His State of the State address in front of a joint session slated to begin around 11 o'clock, and we will bring that to you live tomorrow here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, I want to get you to the Polk County Sheriff's Office Operations Center in Winter Haven. This is Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. He's joined by Attorney General James Uthmeier and the statewide prosecutor also there to give an update. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
The community safe. He and his team are just absolutely, totally outstanding. General, thank you for being here today and agreeing to do this press release with us. We're going to have speakers today. Of course, the General is going to speak as soon as I give a quick overview. And then Brad McVay, the statewide prosecutor. After that will be Vaden Pollard. He's the deputy commissioner for FDLE. And there'll be Rob Mateo, who is a retired detective from the sheriff's office, and he's currently the president of the Florida Gang Association. And then there's Christy Dolan from Department of Corrections. But let me talk about Hernando Thompson. He's 40 years of age. His nickname is T-Murda. Does that tell you anything? He is the head of the sex, money, murder gang for the state of Florida. So we did a wiretap. We called it Catch and Stain. Now stain is rank. And our goal was to take down the sex, money, murder hierarchy. And that's what we all did together. Statewide prosecutor, FDLE, the sheriff's office worked together, and we did this wiretap. This is the man at the top of the pyramid. Now, this T3, as we call it, or wire intercept, allowed us to seize 4,787 communications that talked about criminal conduct. In addition to that, we served 6 search warrants. We seized $1.5 million in drugs. We seized 18 firearms. We seized ballistic armor. We had one event where where the suspects received permission up the chain of command to commit a murder and were after our victim to murder him. The only reason he was not murdered was because the victim got away from them during the middle of the night. And by the way, we found the murder to be victim the next day or a couple of days later and locked him up on some charges we had in order to keep him alive until this investigation could be completed. So we ended up arresting a suspect who was to be the victim of a murder. It was ordered by T. Murder's team. If it weren't for the hard work of the statewide prosecutor's office and our awesome attorney general at the time who worked with us, and now our current attorney general, this wouldn't be possible. But you know, you see the rolling stuff on him. But look, I just want you to get a picture of his criminal record. This is a bad man, and he needs to go to prison for a long time. And I'll stop there because I don't want to get in the way of the Attorney General and our team that's going to give you the details of the magnificent work that occurred. General?
Thank you. It's great to be here with America's Sheriff. I got to tell you, I continue to be perplexed when I see ongoing criminal activity in this jurisdiction. You'd think by now people know what they're looking at if they come here. If you want to engage in dangerous, violent, gang-related activity, do not do it in Florida. We're going to take you down. But most importantly, do not do it in Polk County. I mean, are you nuts? So this is a great way to start the year. You have a notorious gang leader here who ran a large-scale operation, 12 other individuals arrested in this case, and he was directing everything from robbery to drive-by shootings to, you know, some of his people were pointing guns at children where they were extorting and making threats and ultimately trying to get their way. We're not going to tolerate that here in Florida. He's looking at 5 lifetime sentences. Our prosecutors in court will be pushing to ensure that he does not have an opportunity to ever be released again. We want him behind bars for the rest of his life. We want to send a message. If you engage in this type of violence, if you run drugs and guns and violent behavior into communities, you are going to pay the price. We're going to put everybody on notice. If you engage in this type of violent behavior, you are going to pay the price. You are going to be behind bars for the rest of your life. We are going to protect our families at all costs. The affidavit in this case with the charging documents was over 250 pages, over 17 counts included. So, you know, the short of it is this was a bad dude, a violent guy, and we're going to do what needs to be done to protect our community at all costs. So I thank law enforcement. He got away with a lot till he ran into the sheriff's office here. I looked at the press conference the sheriff did a couple years ago. When the arrests were made, he said, you know, I don't want to see this guy breathe another free breath of fresh air again. Well, Sheriff, he's going to have at least one on the bus going from the jail to the prison, but rest assured, he will not be breathing fresh air outside of a Department of Corrections facility. I want to thank the investigators for working on this and the prosecutors. Prosecutors go toe-to-toe with some of the most dangerous people, and ultimately they're often the last faces that these violent offenders see before they go away. That's why I proposed at the legislature this year that our prosecutors get the special risk retirement benefits. That's early and more retirement. These are not the highest paying jobs in the world. They're tough jobs, but they are the last line of defense between us and dangerous people that want to hurt our families and the way of life that we've built here in the free state of Florida. So we rounded out my first year, 2025, we rounded out with a bang. It was a record year for the office. We participated in over 1,300 child predator arrests. I think a few hundred of those came right here with Sheriff Judd. We secured almost 400 criminal convictions with sentences up to over 1,700 years. So it was a big first year out of the gate, but we're only going to get even tougher on crime. And it's no secret why Florida has record crime lows, over 50-year crime lows, and they continue to get lower because in Florida we've figured it out. We support law enforcement with everything we've got. We give them the tools to be successful. And then when they bring in the bad guys, we bring the heat, we lay down the law, and we put them away for as long as possible. We don't believe in early release, not in this state. So thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. Support the sheriff's office, and we'll keep doing everything we can to keep this state safe. All right, thanks. Pull this out of the way.
Yep. All right, thank you, General. I want to start off by thanking our law enforcement partners, Sheriff Judd and his team, the Department of Corrections, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, for their tremendous investigative work in this case, as well as our prosecutors who delivered a terrific presentation and case and were able to attain a much-needed conviction. Gang prosecutions are not easy. They take coordinated effort between law enforcement and prosecution. It takes great diligence, great patience, and the higher up you go in the hierarchy, the more difficult it becomes. Defendants will oftentimes attempt to insulate themselves, which is exactly what happened here. This defendant orchestrated and directed a criminal operation that terrorized Floridians. Robberies, home invasion, burglaries, drug dealing, and this defendant, as the General State is now facing 5 potential life sentences. The state of Florida and this community are safer for this prosecution. When the Attorney General and the Sheriff say criminals should pack it up and find another state to operate in, this isn't a talking point. They're dead serious. The Office of Statewide Prosecution is tracking the Attorney General's priorities, protecting children, rooting out gangs, taking out drug, human, and sex traffickers. This prosecution of a high-level gang member reflects those priorities. So if you are a gang member, a sex predator, drug trafficker, and you happen to be listening to this press conference, unless you want to spend the rest of your life in a cage, I strongly encourage you to listen to the Attorney General and the Sheriff and relocate your operations from Florida. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Attorney General. Sheriff Judd, it's an honor to be here today in Polk County Sheriff's Office. I'm Deputy Commissioner Vaden Pollard with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I have the opportunity to oversee investigations for FDLE throughout the state. I'll submit to you that our relationship in working with the Attorney General and with Sheriff Judd is phenomenal. Nobody gets after it like they do. They are hard chargers. And the special agents that worked on this case with the Polk County Sheriff's detectives, they get after it every day. When you think about the name of this gang and what their ethos is, for lack of better terms, they are right where they belong. You know, justice requires finality, and it's coming with this. And thank you, Attorney General, that your shop is going to make sure that these guys stay away for a long time. Thank you.
Good morning. So they've touched on the investigative side of this. I want to talk about the collaborative side of this. This was a long and complex investigation. We put together a really good team for this investigation, Lieutenant Gonzalez, Special Agent Watley, myself. Collaboration starts at training, believe it or not. You get to meet a lot of great folks at conferences like the one the Florida Gang Investigators Association puts on, and that collaboration and that networking carries away from the conference and finds itself at work, and it makes it easier for us during these investigations to find folks that we need to fill in the gaps of information that we find during these investigations. One great example of that is Ms. Dolan. She'll be up here in just a moment. She and I worked quite a bit during this investigation to fill in a lot of those gaps, especially when we start talking about coded communications. So my appreciation goes out to the sheriff for letting us do this investigation. It was long and complex. The Attorney General's Office, Office of Statewide Prosecution, Gary Malik, was our prosecutor that took us to the finish line. I appreciate them all very much. Thank you.
Good morning. Christy Dolan, Florida Department of Corrections. I'd just like to emphasize the critical role of interagency collaboration. This case is a perfect example of how cooperation across different levels of law enforcement is not just beneficial, but it's essential for effectively developing complex and multi-jurisdictional investigations. Our agencies work seamlessly together, combining resources, expertise to provide vital support and critical intelligence to the investigation. The strong relationships that we forged together allowed for the rapid and effective exchange of information, which was instrumental in the progression of the case and our overall mission success. FDC remains dedicated to supporting all of our law enforcement partners across the state to keep Florida safe. Thank you.
Before we take questions, I want to highlight what Attorney General told us just a minute ago. In one of our home invasions in Eagle Lake, they pointed a gun at an 8-year-old boy and threatened him. And then they pointed the gun to the head of an infant, 3 months old, and threatened him. This is the kind of people these folks are. And as a result, I want you to look around here today. This is the entire authority and power of the state of Florida that came down on them. And make no mistake about it. If you want to abuse the people of this state, it's not just your local police department or your local sheriff's office. It's not just your prosecutor's office, but it's the Attorney General and statewide prosecution and FDLE. We all work together, and that's why we have the free state of Florida. That's why it's safe and people feel safe in Florida, because we don't put up with this. And I can tell you this, we ran through them like Sherman through Georgia, and we're on our way to run through another group of them right now. In fact, we're going to have a press release later on of another case we worked with FDLE that will really shock you. That's a teaser for the future. Any questions for the Attorney General?
Oh man, easy day. All right. Thank you guys. Well, we got one?
I have a question unrelated, but I have questions for this.
Sure.
I have one unrelated to this.
All right.
You recently sent a letter to the city of Winter Haven regarding a possible violation of the state's public camping law. And they had come back to you and responded that one of the main tenets they think is that all those photos and all the evidence was provided during daylight hours. And people sleeping in public parks during daylight hours. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, my response is we want to work with them to enforce the law. We passed a law recently here in Florida. Homelessness is not permitted. Law enforcement has a job to do. Part of having a safe environment for families is that you don't have people sleeping in parks where children might be playing, where you don't have people that may be inebriated or suffering from mental health issues or other dangerous violent tendencies. We don't want them near our kids. So the letter is, it's a stern but polite call for help, enforce the law. We're certainly willing to work together with them on it. I think the sheriff will work together with them. We're happy to help them get into a more compliant posture. But at the end of the day, if we put laws on the books here in Florida, they mean nothing if we don't enforce them. So we've seen some examples of jurisdictions that I don't think have done the best job in the state. I don't think this is a lone, isolated issue here in Central Florida. But we will engage in a dialogue and hopefully bring them into compliance.
I want to ask about Hernando Thompson. I'm looking at this screen here, and one of the first offenses you see is all the way back to 2003. A totally different time from right now. But the average person will look at that screen and say, why wasn't more done earlier to try and stop him? You see like the crazy charges there, and someone would say, there is no way that he could have been stopped beforehand to prevent any future crimes. So what would you say to the average person looking at that long rap sheet saying, where's the enforcement been from all these years, 23 years plus?
Sure. Well, look, I don't believe in early release. What I will say is when you got gang leaders like this, a lot of the more serious, heinous crimes, as the statewide prosecutor indicated, they try to insulate themselves where they're not directly boots on the ground, running headlong into police forces. Rather, they're managing it like a business leader. They're managing it like a business crime syndicate. So it takes a little bit longer to investigate and ultimately connect the dots to hold those people accountable for the crimes that others are committing under their direction, under their coordination. So we're changing the culture here even further. I mean, Florida's been a tough on crime. We're going to get even further tough on crime, and where prosecutors don't want to be tough on crime, we're going to send them packing for a new job. Yes.
Would you consider this to be the dismantling of sex, money, and murder, their gang, or is there more work to do on this?
Well, we've dismantled a lot of it. I don't want to definitively say, they're dead in the water, but we're still working on some other leads and investigating, and where we see violent offenders rearing their heads, we're going to hold them accountable.
Do you expect additional charges from the initial people who were arrested in 2022?
I don't have definitive answers on that, but we're willing to follow up with you offline if more comes to light.
Sheriff, has this gentleman been at large since 2022, or now because of the wiretap situation, were they able to bring him into custody?
No, we arrested him in 2022. I don't know if he was in custody between then and his trial date or not, but he's certainly in custody now. We have the same questions that you have. People miss the opportunities to put really, really bad guys in prison along the way. And the bottom line to it is, you heard what the general said, we're over this in the state of Florida. And when you ask about dismantling, we dismantled this group. Now, will there be other people take their places? As long as there's money, as long as there's drugs, there's going to be somebody to take the risk. And when they take the risk, we're going to do the investigation and we're going to lock them up. So anytime you take away an organized crime group that's especially dealing with drugs, what you're doing is taking away another crime group's competition. And then we move on and investigate them. And we're going to be talking about some of that in the next day or two as well. But make no mistake about it. For those who continue to say that drugs are low level and nonviolent, if they speak those words, they are out of their mind, because drugs are anything other than low level and nonviolent, because it leads to shooting. It leads to putting guns to 3-month-old heads. It leads to robbery, and murder. So at the end of the day, this is just a remarkable piece of work. And there's more. Some of these people have already pled and they're already in prison. Others may still be waiting trial. So this is the organization that we successfully took down, and now you're seeing the trial. This guy here should spend the rest of his life breathing jail air.
Sheriff, in 2023, you all created the Violent Gang Task Force, Violent Gang Investigative Task Force.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen a reduction in gang activity in Polk County since the creation of that?
We absolutely have, because of our work with our city police agencies, our work with FDLE, our work with Brian Haas, who, by the way, is the best prosecutor any place on the face of the earth, and with our Attorney General and his staff, we have seen a significant reduction in gang activity. We've seen a significant reduction in home invasions, remarkably significantly. And in fact, we just celebrated in the unincorporated area and our service cities a 54-year low crime rate. So when we bring this to your attention, we want you to understand that we are focused and deadlocked on these folks that commit this kind of crime. And with the advent of our technology and our computers and our analysts, we are locked in and focused on the worst of the worst that are out here committing crimes. And if they're not in jail and prison now and facing the statewide prosecutor, or certainly the prosecutors of our state attorney, they will be.
Speaking of technology,
Yeah, it's, first off, it's against the law to recruit for a gang online. So our intelligence team looks for any recruitment of gang members online. When we find that, we investigate it and we arrest them. It is against the law. And we really break the backs of the gangs every way that the law allows us to, because we know that the old way of tagging businesses, drive through Polk County. You don't see gang graffiti in Polk County. Do you know why? We don't allow it. And when it happens, we go there. Rob Mateo was one of our experts. We would see what the communication was. We would paint it out. We would follow it up. Now they've moved from tagging to online. And online, we have arrested people for that. Because you can't recruit online, you can't have gang communications and recruit, you can't recruit in schools, and wherever we see it, we attack it.
Let me ask, on this law, you have that you arrested Thompson in 2024. Is that an arrest from the jails, or was there a specific circumstance that you can share with us?
I don't.
There's a June 2024 arrest here on the scroll by of Fernando Thompson.
He was a fugitive at that time? Okay, he was a fugitive on the previous charges, which means they must have allowed him to post bail until he came up for his court date.
And that's a problem.
And that's a problem. Yeah, I don't know who the harebrained judge was that let him out when he's facing racketeering and he's the head of an organization and he's got a violent past. If anybody should have been detained in custody until trial, it should have been him. So, you know, the bottom line is when he's not in jail, he's out committing crime to include a violent crime.
What do you think you learned in this massive effort that you could potentially apply to future efforts of gang members?
You know, we learn every day when we deal with gangs. But what we learned is you can take down the entire infrastructure. And Rob, in addition to this, we actually took down like the head of the South Carolina gang, or what some of them.
One of the leaders of the
come tell them who else we got.
Yes, sir.
outside of the head of the Florida gang of sex, money, murder. We actually got some others.
Yes, sir. One of the leaders that we took was Mr. Jonathan Fleming. He was the #1 for the state of North Carolina at the time of this investigation. He brought a contingent down for an event that they were holding here. That was part of the overall investigation.
Can I say something to her point on the early release? It's got to stop. Judges have way too much discretion where somebody can be wanted for the most violent of crimes and yet they're still allowed to walk free on bail. We had a case up in Tallahassee where an individual was actually convicted by a jury for child sex abuse, was released awaiting sentencing, and then he ultimately killed a 5-year-old girl, murdered this girl. So we've proposed legislation this year again titled Missy's Law, named after this young girl, to tie up these loopholes where judges are allowed to let these dangerous people go free. Somebody that's a child sex abuse defendant doesn't have the ability to just walk around our little kids. We can't have that. So we're trying to tighten up there. Thanks for the question. Anybody else?
What do you think?
All right.
All right. Keep in mind, when we put these people in jail, we're stopping them from carjacking your friends and your relatives. We're stopping them from doing home invasions to your friends and your relatives. This is about protecting the people of the state of Florida. And it is an honor, General, to have you as our Attorney General who recognizes there's nothing more important than the safety and security of the people of the state of Florida. And we're going to keep locking bad guys up. But hey, if you really want to commit crime unabated, there's California, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, you know, pick a state, all right? Go there. Just get out of Florida.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, Attorney General James Uthmeier, a number of other officials as well, announcing the conviction of a gang member in the sex, money, murder gang taking some questions as well, talking about a number of topics there at the end. We're going to step aside, take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Been a busy morning already, and we appreciate you joining us. We are continuing to follow developments out of Brevard County, where we've learned 2 people have died in a house fire in Palm Bay. One of them a 10-year-old boy, the other an elderly woman. Fox 35's Esther Bauer had the chance to speak with Palm Bay Fire Rescue Assistant Chief just a little bit ago to give us an update on what happened and what happens now with the investigation.
2:19 this morning, roughly, calls started coming into the call center for this house behind me that was on fire. When the crews got on scene, they initially found a home that was heavily involved with fire. They're seeing almost 100% involvement, but we're going to call it about 90. The fire had been sort of unabated for a really, really long time. The crews were met by an occupant of the home that said that there was people inside and trapped. So crews naturally sort of went into fire rescue mode to see what they could do to mitigate and rescue.
And we did have 2 people pass away in fire?
Yes, it was an elderly woman and a 10-year-old boy that did not survive the fire.
Talk with us. Do we have any idea quite yet where this fire started?
Yeah, so it's really, really hard to tell. I mean, you could tell from the house behind me that the entire home was pretty much burned. There's no spot that's more burned than the other. I just did a walk around of the house, and it seems to be pretty involved on all sides of the house, unfortunately.
Neighbors reported hearing like a pop, 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 but they thought could have been fireworks.
Yeah.
That's what woke them up early, and then they said it was just sudden. They saw flames hitting the trees. Does that lead you guys to think any possibility of what could have started this? Or I guess talk with us, is it just too soon to tell anything?
Yeah, it is too soon to tell anything. We'll let the state fire marshal's office do their investigation. However, people put all sorts of things in their homes, and they store all sorts of stuff. People who store extra stuff in their home, they make these high content homes. You never really know what we're going to encounter inside these fires. This was an example of that. It's dangerous for homeowners, it's dangerous for fire rescue crews, because it really does add to the fire load of the event, which increases fire spread dramatically.
What kind of, I guess, hazards or fire starters would cause a home to go up within 3 to 5, to be fully, just gone?
Yeah, again, so the fire load inside the home really, really contributes to how fast and how well developed the fire gets. Also the construction of the home. So put all those two things together, the size of the house, and it can really sort of give the fire an opportunity to expand rapidly. It does appear that this house did have a lot of internal belongings. And again, that's definitely going to allow the fire to get to farther reaches of the home sooner than normally would. And again, in the middle of the night, we don't necessarily know when the fire started, how long it was sort of unchecked for, until it was too late.
Did you guys get other calls from neighbors, or it was just that woman who happened to come home, who lived here and saw her home on fire?
Several different calls came in. I think as people were sort of waking up in the neighborhood and seeing what was going on, then all the calls started to originate in the call center. So the originator, I'm not really sure who that was, but they're definitely, everybody got together and seemed to get on the phone pretty soon of one another, and allowed our units to get here relatively quick, by the way. 3 minutes from dispatch time, our first arriving units were able to get on scene.
And you guys were on scene for about how long?
I believe 4 hours in total.
And just talk about, the heartbreak of a family losing multiple loved ones.
Yeah, so there's several sides to this, obviously. We always are very compassionate and kind of feeling the emotions of what happens with our community and our neighbors, and those are affected by tragedy, which is why we activated our peer support team, our mental health and wellness counselor, and our chaplain team as well. So not just for the responders, but also for anybody who might be affected by this, this tragic event.
And early details, you guys are told this one person that reported the fire was taking another family member to the airport?
Yeah, so that's sort of the story that we're getting right now. And again, it's really hard to tell the exact specifics because the one historian that we have is in the hospital right now, so the facts are a little touch and go. But it was reported that she had left the home to bring another family member to an airport, and when she got back, she noticed that there was some sort of event, fire, smoke coming from the house.
And family member is mother of 10-year-old child?
I believe so.
What is next going forward?
Yeah, so the investigation is a big thing. Keeping all the resources available for our team and for the family should they need them. We're working with, again, our peer support team, Palm Bay Police Department, their mental health and wellness coordinator as well. So and in conjunction with the State Fire Marshal's Office, just trying to get everybody on the same page so we can share data, we can collaborate, we can make sure that we're commiserating together, good and or bad, just to see if we can get some sort of end or finality to this horrible event.
Megan, did you have any to go? I'm sure you covered most of them. Hi.
Good morning.
My only question, I guess, is, you guys were on scene for 4 hours. The damage here looks horrible.
Yeah.
Is it? It's not typical to be on a scene for 4 hours. Were there a lot of hot spots? What were kind of the different things you had to navigate there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a larger home, for one. It's kind of set back a little bit on a larger lot. So we're always concerned with exposures. 2 vehicles in the front yard as well. They're pretty burned on the front. I mean, just gives you an idea of how hot that fire was. And obviously when we're dealing with death and loss, we want to make sure that we're on scene as long as we can to just make sure that we're tidying things up. We're going the extra mile just to, make sure everything is done professionally.
Was there anything suspicious about this fire?
As of right now, no. We don't have anything that says that it is suspicious. Either way, it's tragic. We do hope that it was accidental, but right now we really don't have a lot to go on.
So should we not say we think it was an accidental fire? Like, we really have no idea what started this?
Yeah, we really have no idea. The State Fire Marshal's Office, they're really, really good at what they do. When we call them here, we just sort of let them take over that aspect of it. With the fire being so involved when we got here, it's really hard for us to piece anything together based on our observations. But they can dig a little deeper, they can reach a little farther, and, they're really, really good at what they do, so we just typically let them do that.
Sad story developing there out of Palm Bay. Again, 2 people killed in that house fire. You heard a little bit more. Still a lot of questions about what exactly may have happened, but a tragedy in Brevard County. A 10-year-old boy, an elderly woman, still inside the home when that fire broke out, and they did not survive. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and want to let you know we are standing by for a news conference there where we will shortly have, let me see here, let me actually make sure that I am muted in this because we are joining a webinar that is going to be a live news conference with a number of folks that we will bring live to you when it does begin. Florida State Representative Angie Nixon, a number of others as well. So we are standing by for that, and we'll hope to bring that to you live when it does begin. Right now, want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, hope folks enjoyed this past weekend, because we are bracing for a cool down.
It's going to come in stages, but we're catching the first one today. Temperatures are about 20 degrees cooler now than they were yesterday this time. And as we get into Friday, we're going to be looking at full-blown big jacket weather with a legit cold front coming through. So this is the first cold front, one of two coming through this week. This came through last night. Cooler weather and a northeast flow making for a kind of a chilly day at Daytona Beach. It's barely 60 at this lunch hour, and the waves are rolling in, so it's going to be a windbreaker type of a day, whether you're on Daytona Beach or you're in the Villages. Well, this will be followed by some rain. We've got some rain coming in Wednesday and Thursday associated with an upper-level disturbance that's going to come in from the west behind this cold front in the Gulf. It's going to produce a couple of storms possibly Wednesday evening associated with that second cold front. And so this disturbance becomes a weather system off of the east coast of the U.S. And that little trough coming down becomes a cold front, and it ushers in this really cold Arctic air. It'll modify as it gets here. It's not going to be quite as sourced cold like you'd find up in Canada. But it's going to be pretty chilly for us, and maybe one of the coldest mornings we've seen all winter here coming up on Friday morning. As the front moves through, we'll have some rain lingering into the day Thursday. So look for Wednesday and Thursday to be unsettled with rain. And then on Friday, we're going to wake up to windy conditions and temperatures hovering just above freezing in Orlando and just below freezing north of Orlando, with the wind chill in the 20s. So we're calling Friday a Fox 35 Storm Team alert for the cold. Now, this is going to be between about 3 a.m. and 8 a.m. for the coldest temps, but even during the day, we're only going to warm up to about 55 to 57 degrees. So by what we're used to, that's going to be really cold. Now, I know nationally the idea of mid-50s in winter is great, but I mean, just for the perspective, in case you didn't know, maybe you're watching from afar, we have been in the lower to middle 80s for the better part of the last week and a half. Almost 2 weeks. It's been great, and it's weather we typically see in late March or April, but we got a little preview of it. So it is what it is, you know. I mean, a lot of Floridians don't have a big jacket, or maybe they did 25 years ago and they moved down from Ohio and they haven't replaced it and don't know where it is, or who knows, but you'd be surprised. Maybe you'd be surprised. Maybe you're one of those without a jacket. Wind chills in the 20s. So Friday, these are the Friday morning temperatures when you wake up. We're going to see an actual air temperature of 27 in Gainesville and Ocala, 29 in the Villages and in Bushnell, 31 in Leesburg, and about 30 in DeLand. It'll be just above freezing south and east of I-4, but not by much. And again, the wind chill is going to make it feel categorically colder. Also, we have a little bit of humidity, and that acts, the wind blows the heat away from your body. The humidity in the air that's endemic to Florida, it conducts the heat away from the body, and that doesn't factor into the wind chill. So there's kind of a 1-2 punch. 7-day forecast, here you go. A stray shower can't be ruled out tomorrow. It'll be slightly warmer tomorrow. I mean, it really is hard to complain about a high of 70 today and 72 tomorrow, but that's a big change. Again, this is one of two cold fronts. The second cold front coming through on Thursday morning early, and that's going to knock us down highs around or just below 60 degrees. We may not see 60 Thursday. And then Friday will be that cold day. Now, we'll moderate back to the 60s for highs this weekend. I mean, that's not warm by any stretch of our perspective here in Florida, but it's warmer than 57. Long range forecast, we may see a bump up in temps the week following, but then another cool down before January is up. So it's winter is fighting here to hang on, but I think, Jared, as we head into February, it's going to lose its grip.
All right. Well, good.
So if you like the warm weather, you're going to love February, but we still have a couple weeks to go.
We still have to get through some cold temperatures first.
Yes.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We were having some technical issues with the Zoom, but we've got it now as this news conference getting underway. We showed you earlier State Representative Angie Nixon, Jose Javier Rodriguez, who's a Democratic candidate for Attorney General and a former state senator, also on this news conference, as are a couple of leaders, parent leaders from Moms Rising, including one from Orlando. This is essentially Democratic lawmakers, union leaders, advocacy groups, talking about what they call the real state of Florida. This is ahead of Governor DeSantis' State of the State address tomorrow morning. Let's go ahead and listen in live as this news conference continues.
So hard for families to find and keep affordable care. But this crisis is pushing so many parents across our state out of jobs, leaving families without paychecks that they need to put food on the table, pay the bills, and this is as the cost of everything from housing to toothpaste is just soaring higher and higher. Kids' brains are they develop so quickly before the age of 5 that early education is critical. But the governor continues to focus on playing political games and has not made this issue a top priority. But the fact is that this is the top priority for families across the state of Florida. But the governor is not acting on the most pressing needs of families. And families like mine continue to get left behind, and we deserve more than the scraps. Through Moms Rising, I've met so many moms that are facing the same struggle as mine. And our movement is growing. And we're not going anywhere. We won't stop speaking out until every parent can access quality childcare, every kid can get a great early education, and every early educator is paid a family-sustaining wage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing your perspective on what is happening as it relates to parents here in our state. And now we are going to kick it over to Gamble Scott, who is a Moms Rising parent leader where I'm from in Jacksonville, Florida. And Gamble is going to speak to what it looks like when leaders ignore affordability and safety and leave parents to deal with the consequences of that neglect. Gamble?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gamble Scott, a proud member of Moms Rising here in Jacksonville. Thank you, Rep. Nixon, for organizing this call and giving parents a platform to share the real harm the governor's policies are causing to our kids' education and their futures. I'm the proud mom of 2 spirited daughters who attend public school here in Duval County. As a mom and an active volunteer at our beloved neighborhood school, I'm gravely concerned by what's happening to the public education system here in Florida. Since taking office, Governor DeSantis has advanced policies that drain much-needed resources from our public schools, instead diverting taxpayer funds to private schools and charter operators that don't face the same requirements to serve every student. Results have been disastrous and frankly predictable. As enrollment has dropped, our school district is facing a severe budget crisis and has already permanently closed schools and is planning to close many more, schools that students love and families depend on. This is not just happening in Jacksonville. Across the state, unfettered access to vouchers and other attacks on our public schools have led to teacher shortages, crowded classrooms, and fewer resources for our students. In many cases, parent-teacher associations have had to pick up the bill for the basics our schools need to function, driving up inequity between opportunities to learn in higher and lower income neighborhoods. Governor DeSantis recently announced a proposed budget with record pay increases for teachers. Unfortunately, this proposed increase does not even begin to move the needle on teacher pay, keeping Florida at 50th in the nation for average teacher pay. Now, on top of all of this, the governor has signed a budget that dangerously expands Schools of Hope, a special category of charter schools. This expansion allows Hope operators to co-locate rent-free in under-enrolled district school buildings while forcing already strained school districts to absorb the costs of services, including transportation and custodial services. Even more troubling, this policy severely undermines local control by stripping elected school boards and districts of any meaningful ability to object to these co-locations. It also creates serious vulnerabilities around granting private charter operators access to students' data. Our communities cannot afford this, and it's our kids who will pay the price. Strong public schools are the foundation of strong communities. It's past time for our state to recommit to the promise of public education. Moms want our elected leaders to invest in robust neighborhood schools that provide every student a world-class education, regardless of their background, disability status, or their parents' income. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gamble, for sharing your story. And finally, it's critical we hear from the workers we rely on every single day to hold the state together. Even as costs spiral out of control, Kadra Bonamy is a certified nursing assistant and a member political coordinator with 1199 SEIU. She'll share what Florida's affordability crisis means for the healthcare workers and working families across Central Florida. Kadra?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kadra Bonamy. I've been a CNA for 22 years. I work at a facility in Winter Park, the Rehabilitation Center at Winter Park. I've been there 8 years. And I'm a proud member of 1199 SEIU, the largest union of healthcare workers in the state. I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak and tell my story, to be a voice on this platform. Also want to thank Representative Nixon for hosting this forum and always being a champion for us and our patients. My coworkers and I especially have difficult jobs, caring for the sick, elderly, and the most vulnerable Floridians. We do this with low pay and with little staffing. We're already in a staffing and crisis care crisis because every year the nursing home industry and politicians in their pockets want to cut care standards. They've been doing it for 20 years in Florida with sneaky loopholes and blatant cuts. And we know they're going to try this even more severely this year. Staffing cuts mean our oldest, sickest, and most frail Floridians will suffer even more. These nursing home patients will wait longer to eat, to get dressed, to use the bathroom, or get cleaned up after an accident. They're going to lay in soiled sheets, get bed sores and infection, and possibly even die prematurely. Sorry. Without dignity. These are our parents, grandparents, our elderly loved ones. This breaks my heart. All this so that multi-billionaire dollar nursing home companies can maximize their profits even more. Workers will suffer too when we have too many patients to handle at a time. Caregiving can be stressful. It's a back-breaking job, especially one that pays so little. Many of us can't even afford our own health care. We get beat up on the job, but we're committed to our patients. It's sad. The nursing home companies are more committed to profits, and a shame some politicians allow them to get away with it. Things are even more critical this year with the massive cuts of Medicaid and Medicare funding in the Trump administration with this big, ugly bill. One very hurtful cut included eliminating an improved national standard for nursing home staffing and care. I'm a caregiver by nature, so it's especially shameful that essential needs like these are being slashed to pay more tax breaks for billionaires, ICE raids, and detention camps. So when they try this year in Tallahassee, we'll fight. This pre-buttal today is to call them out. And we're calling on Floridians to join us in the battle against bad laws and cynical lawmakers. Instead, we need to support smart legislation and true leaders like those who have organized and joined this call. Thanks again for hearing my voice today for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kadra, for sharing your heartfelt story. I had to hold back tears because it pains me to hear what you all have to deal with, and the fact that your patients' lives are in your hands and you're not getting the support and the resources that you need. Look, as Governor DeSantis begins his final year in office, Floridians deserve an honest accounting of where we are and how we actually got here. Today, Florida is facing an affordability crisis so severe that people from all walks of life are asking a heartbreaking question. Can I afford to stay in the state I call home? Teachers and nurses and first responders, the service and hospitality industry, all workers, seniors on fixed incomes, families who have lived here for generations. Florida has become a state for the rich and the reckless, one that favors multinational corporations and greedy billionaires over the working class. While everyday Floridians struggle, those at the very top are rewarded with more tax breaks, more influence, and fewer rules. When it comes to how we got here, after decades of one-party rule, Floridians got chaos over safety. We got corruption over accountability. And under DeSantis, instead of thoughtful, humane policies that improve our lives, we got political stunts, using agencies like ICE to make you scared rather than focusing on real public safety. All of us have sacrificed at the altar of one man's political ambitions and the greedy opportunists in his orbit. Let's be clear. Florida is too expensive for Floridians. Insurance is out of control. Rent is out of control. Groceries are out of control. And instead of lowering costs, Republican leaders keep passing policies that raise prices on everything from food to housing, just so they can give more welfare handouts to the ultra wealthy and multinational corporations. You deserve better. Floridians, all Floridians, you deserve better. You deserve leaders who are fighting to lower costs and raise wages for hardworking Floridians and for seniors, so your family can finally have the financial freedom to feel secure, not constantly on edge. But here's the truth. Hope alone is not enough. Faith without works is dead. If we want change, we have to put in the work. Organizing, voting, holding the powerful accountable, and demanding a government that actually serves the people who pay the bills in this state. And finally, I want to emphasize something very important. We in Florida do not have to live like this. We can live in a state and a country where healthcare is prioritized, where people matter more than profits, politics, and parties, a country where families aren't crushed by bills, where working hard is enough to get by, and where hate and bigotry do not flow from the very top of our government. We can change how we operate. We can do better. Y'all, it's time to build a new vision for our country, for our state, one that puts people first, but is driven by real policy changes and real accountability for our politicians. That's why I filed legislation to reestablish the Department of Labor, so we can ensure that workers are treated with dignity, that they don't have to worry about their wages being stolen, and they have a government agency to reach out and make sure corporations are doing the right thing. A vision rooted in fairness, dignity, and opportunity, which is one of the reasons I filed legislation around medical debt. Nobody should die in medical bankruptcy in this country. A vision that puts hardworking Floridians first, one that benefits all of us. I want to thank you all for joining us today. And I want to open it up if we have times for questions. And so I want to check and see if we have any questions. And so Mike from Jacksonville Today stated, it appears there's momentum for changes to the Schools of Hope law currently on the books, including from a slim majority of the Duval County School Board. Do you expect to support any of the existing proposals for reforms this session? Look, Mike, we definitely want to make sure that the Schools of Hope are not in Florida. We know that basically it is a scheme to help enrich charter school companies and to actually basically just continue to demonize our public schools here in the state of Florida. Look, the data has shown us time and time again that many of our students, when they go to these charter schools and when they go to these corporate private schools, they oftentimes return back to public schools at a disadvantage and 1 and 2 and 3 years behind. And so I will be supporting any type of reform that ensures that there is accountability and parity. I have no problem with choice, but what I do have a problem with is if we're holding public schools, traditional public schools, to a higher standard than we are for other schools that are taking our money. These private corporate schools do not have to have certified teachers. We're seeing that there are some charter schools that are getting away with that as well. They don't have to follow the same standards that we follow here in Florida. And so it's just not right. And so I will be advocating for reforms that ensure that we have a solid public education system here in our state. I don't know if Gamble or Nicole want to speak to any of that.
Thank you, Representative Nixon, for speaking on that. I think we are all really hoping for some reform and stepping back on the legislation that was pushed through on the very last day of session in a very sneaky manner. If a great resource with a lot of great talking points and toolkits for more information on Schools of Hope, you can go to schoolsofnope, NOPE.org. And there's a lot more information about what that law allows. It's very frightening and alarming. And there's a great organization, Families for Strong Public Schools, who's doing a lot of great work trying to get the word out about Schools of Hope. So it's schoolsofnope.org. So please check that out and advocate if you are able to. Nicole, do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you. I see another question that's came in. This Nicole from WSVN. Any response when it comes to affordability, the governor's announcement on citizens insurance rates drops and property tax reform? Will these help, as he argues it will? I want to be clear. There are still a ton of Floridians all across the state that are getting kicked off of their property insurance. And so that is still an issue, right? We definitely need to push for reform and accountability as it relates to these insurance companies. And when it comes to property tax reforms, this is all smoke and mirrors. Let's be clear. I sat on one of the committees. We had members from several fire departments come up and speak out against the legislation that is being pushed regarding property taxes, because it is going to put us at risk, right? They talked about the fact that they were going to have to cut back on staff, firefighters and EMTs, if these property taxes aren't addressed the proper way. What they're doing right now is just political pandering, and we are very supportive in making sure there's a more progressive way to address the property tax issue, but the way in which they are presenting it is not right. I don't feel that we should be subsidizing seniors who are billionaires in regards to their property taxes. They can afford to pay property taxes, especially if it's going to risk public safety. The next question is directed at JJR. This is from Steve. After the death of Charlie Kirk, the AG, the Attorney General, created a combat extremism portal to solicit accusations of extreme political behavior from Florida residents. Are you aware of this, and what is your opinion of it?
Well, Steve, thank you for the question. Well, from the Attorney General's office, as Attorney General, I'm going to focus on bringing relief to Floridians from crime, costs, and corruption. And on the first one, on crime, this is about restoring the Attorney General's job as leading on public safety, not on using the office for politics and pandering, which is unfortunately how the office has been used and abused of late. So again, coming back to public safety, absolutely we need to protect Floridians from extremism of any kind. The Attorney General also has a role in making sure we tone down the political rhetoric that can be very dangerous. And so I think my understanding of his proposal is effectively a portal to allow members of the public to surveil and rat folks out or what. And I don't know that helps keep us safe or tone down the rhetoric. But anything that I would absolutely support.
Thank you, JJR. And then we have one final question I see. Do you have a sense that the governor is engaged in what is happening this session or supportive of legislation that helps make Florida more affordable? Or has he checked out and has he set his sights on the national stage? I'm going to open this up to JJR after I finish as well. What I see again is just a lot of political posturing and pandering. I don't know many people who have actually spoken with the governor or seen that he's actually tried to address issues, because he does not go and talk to Floridians. He only talks to a select number of people who think the way he thinks. He does not necessarily come to folks who are working families, right? I've only seen him go to charter schools or I've only seen him really speak to his base, and he represents like all of Florida. And so I think he definitely has his sights set on something else. I'm not sure if it's a national stage, but I, along with many other Floridians, I'm pretty sure we are glad to see him go out of the governor's mansion. I don't know if JJR wants to respond to that as well.
Yeah, well, listen, again, what we need from Tallahassee is someone looking out for us in the governor's mansion and the attorney general's office. And we have not had that. We've had the opposite. As I said, part of the reason why I've stepped up to run for Florida Attorney General is because we need someone to serve as the people's lawyer. That's what the job is. And I talk about crime, costs, and corruption. And on each one of these, it's not just that they're not doing their job. They're doing the opposite of what the job demands. Rather than rooting out corruption, the current Attorney General is the root of corruption, including in the DeSantis administration. $10 million out of the Medicaid program into campaigns. And that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of how the people's advocates have not just failed, but they're actively making it more difficult for Floridians to get ahead. As Attorney General, I would go after predatory landlords who are using, those that are using algorithms against our kids, against our consumers. I go after insurance, utilities. Currently, they get away with whatever they want, and they've gotten away with whatever they want for the last 8 years. So whatever DeSantis has his sights on, it's certainly not on making people's lives better here in Florida. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all. We have no more questions. Thank you all for tuning in today to the real state of the state. And I just really want to emphasize that we do not have to live like this. We all have the opportunity to build a new vision for our state, for our country. one where every family has stability and every worker has dignity, and every young person has the opportunity to actually get the American dream. And so I am super excited to be going into my last legislative session. I am going to continue to be an advocate for the people of this great state of Florida and not for corporations and billionaires. And I just also want to just say thank you all to Gamble, to Nicole, to Kadra, to JJR for joining us today. If you all have any more questions or any follow-ups, please reach out to my staff, janice.mitchell@flflhouse.gov. And thank you all. As always, let's dream, let's resist, and let's flourish. Have a good day.
At a news conference wrapping up where we heard from State Representative Angie Nixon, a Democrat from Jacksonville, as well as Jose Javier Rodriguez, a former state senator who is a Democrat running for Florida Attorney General, talking about some of their priorities for the upcoming legislative session, some of their concerns about the way things are going. We also heard from Nicole Varma. She is an Orlando mother and a parent leader with the Moms Rising organization. We heard from a couple of organizations there as well, advocacy groups talking about the things that they want to see in this upcoming legislative session. Let me give you a live look right now in Tallahassee, looking toward the Florida State Capitol, ahead of the opening day of the regular session in Tallahassee at the Florida State Capitol. Again, there will be a joint session tomorrow. Governor DeSantis expected to speak and deliver his final State of the State address coming up around 11 o'clock. And again, we will bring that to you live here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I want to give you an update on a story that we've been tracking throughout the morning. We showed you live aerial images earlier of Lake Mineola High School in Lake County, where the school's been placed on a lockdown. We are learning that from the sheriff's office just in the last 10 minutes or so, telling us there is still a lockdown in place that's obviously restricting access to the campus. Lake County Sheriff's Office still on the scene investigating. This was a bomb threat that was called in this morning. They said an anonymous caller making that threat against Lake Mineola High School. Sheriff's Office saying they have no reason to believe it's a credible threat, but they are obviously responding out of an abundance of caution, taking every step they can to make sure staff and students and faculty and everyone at those schools and in those areas are safe right now. Lake Mineola High School, according to the Sheriff's Office, will notify parents when that lockdown has been lifted. But much of the morning, they have been in lockdown on that campus, and you saw when we had the live images about an hour and a half ago or so, still a very active scene out there with the sheriff's deputies and others canvassing, doing everything they can to secure and make sure everything is safe on that campus. Governor Ron DeSantis held a news conference earlier today in Broward County. We caught the tail end of that earlier today, where we heard some of him, the questions he was answering on a number of different topics, talking about property taxes, a number of things leading into the legislative session tomorrow. I want to play for you a little bit more of what Governor DeSantis had to say at that news conference earlier today.
Before we get into the meat of today's really, really awesome announcements, you know, it's like I watch some of this stuff and it's like, and look, you know, you watch like Indiana play, they've had a great year. They're great. It's good. Like, I'm not like taking anything away from them, right? I mean, they deserve it. It's a great story, great coach, great quarterback. Honestly, I'm a South Florida kid. But it's almost like they're saying just not even play the game. And, you know, I would not count the U out. I think that they're going to play very well. I think we have a great chance. And, you know, before this year, no Florida team had ever won a game in the college football playoff since it started. Now, it hadn't been around that long, but if you think about it, like when I was growing up, it would have been unthinkable if they had a playoff. We'd have Florida teams winning almost every other year, right? And so so Miami's really put Florida back on the map as a college football state again. So we're looking forward to that. I know we've got, you know, another week to go for the anticipation, but it's going to be a good one and potentially really big for South Florida and for the state of Florida. Well, we're joined here today, in addition to, of course, Tori. We've got other Broward College Board of Trustees. We also have our Florida Insurance Commissioner, Michael Jaworski. And if we had bad announcements, we wouldn't hold a press conference to announce that. So they're good announcements on that, and we need that. And then our fearless Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ingolia, who's done a really good job, and I'm very proud of what he's been able to do. So if you look at all the different things that we've seen and tried to deal with over the years, we've had just lived through the period. Our country's had the biggest inflation it's had in 40 years. And that affected everything from groceries. It affected everything from the price of housing. And then, of course, in price of insurance. And nationwide, over the last 4 or 5 years, the price of home insurance has gone up 40%. It's not just Florida. People act like because they're focused on Florida, but that's been an issue. The number one inflationary item last year across the U.S., actually not in Florida, but was auto insurance. And so you're seeing this. So this has been a huge, huge issue. It's not amenable to simple solutions. You know, people say, oh, I'm just going to do this. It's not that simple. There's a lot of different factors at play in these markets. These are private companies that do not have to do business in this state if they don't think that they want. And we've seen in the past where many companies were driven out of the state of Florida, and sometimes to the cheering of politicians at the time. And then what happens later is people are wondering, you know, what's going on with these markets. And so we had a period of inflation that was driven by the federal government. That wasn't by the state of Florida. We're paying down record debt. We're not adding debt in Florida. We're doing, I think, what you'd want to be for fiscal prudence. But you had that doing. Then we also had a situation, particularly with homeowners. We had 6 major hurricanes in 7 years. Now, none in Broward, but we had Irma that hit a lot of parts of the state, Michael, which hit a Category 5 in the Panhandle. We had Hurricane Ian, which was a Cat 5 in southwest Florida. We had Idalia in 2023, and then last year, 2 years ago, I guess now, 2024, we had 2 back-to-back major hurricanes. And so that's just something you got to deal with. There's more risk in Florida because we're a peninsula located where we are, and there's a lot of positives for that. There's a little bit of risk for that too. So that's just the reality that we have to contend with. And then you also just had home values going up so much. And so whatever, if you had a home that was $300,000, insure that. Well, now Cost of making repairs is a lot higher than that. So that was driving it. But the one thing that was really government in need of reform in Florida, at least, to stabilize and reform this market and stop having these really escalating premiums, was the fact that in Florida we had 8% of all legal claims nationwide for homeowners, or no, we had 8% of homeowners claims nationwide, but that accounted for almost 80% of litigation expenses nationwide right here in Florida. And the interesting thing was, before they did the market reforms we did with the legislature a few years ago, the majority of that in Florida in like 2022 were 3 counties. Do you want to guess which ones? Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. Now, here's the thing. None of those counties had been hit by hurricane. I mean, maybe a little Dade on Irma, but none of them had been hit, and yet they're driving all this homeowners insurance litigation. That obviously is not something that's on the up and up. There's an incentive to bring cases. There's an incentive for people to make money off this. Well, what's going to happen is people aren't going to want to do business there, or they're going to raise premiums. And so we work with the legislature to do reforms. On that, I'll talk about that in a minute, but we knew that takes time because the market's got to adjust. You have reinsurance, you have all these other things. But we also knew, and then auto insurance too. Again, we can't, I can't control Florida driving. It's tough. You've got a lot of different folks out there, and it's just different. But we were seeing the legal environment drive costs and drive claims as well. So there was a larger legal reform effort apart from homeowners that was done, that was good. But in the meantime, because you knew some time to take effect, we launched programs to help consumers. And so, we did the My Safe Florida Home. We started that up again. It had been done. And so we did a lot of resources for grants for people to harden their homes. And then by hardening, they're entitled to reduction, in their insurance rates. And so we did that in 22, I think 21, 22, 23. We did do it for 24, but there was a lot of people on the wait list, and my view was we needed to try to clear the wait list. So you remember a year ago, I called the special session, immigration enforcement, condo reform, but then also with the hurricane wait list, because I thought a lot of people had gotten whacked. We wanted to clear the wait list. Legislature really hasn't done that. They've done some money, so we're going to do some for the grants. But my view is if you've already approved somebody to be on a wait list and they're going to make these repairs, then fund the program. But the reality is that was a concerted effort to try to mitigate some of what was going on as these reforms took effect, and we did dedicate a lot of resources to be able to do that. Now, we've also done market reforms and transparency, and Mike Yaworski will talk about, since we've done some of these reforms in the last couple years, they have actually fined bad actors more than had ever been fined in modern history. But the difference is if the insurance office is doing it and they get the money, they send it back to the customer. When you do it with litigation, it goes into the pocket of the trial attorneys. Well, what would you rather have, the trial attorneys or going back to consumers? So they've been able to do that and really bring a lot of accountability, which I think is something that's very, very significant. So, where do we stand now? And a lot of people remember, after Ian, they said, oh, market's going to collapse. After having 2 storms in 2024, oh, no, there's just no way. I kind of get a kick out of some of this stuff because I remember Hurricane Milton, and it came, and I think it came started in the afternoon and went through maybe the night. And so I'm on a show the next morning, and they're like, Governor DeSantis, we have estimated, someone has estimated $50.6 billion in damage. And I'm just thinking to myself, how the hell can you estimate that so quickly? We literally just woke, it was still going on at night. You go in the next morning and you see, how can you do it? And in reality, that was a big overestimation. And I think Mike will talk about some of the stuff that we've been able to do, that he's been able to do for this announcement of some of these reductions. Because some of these models are totally flawed and they overestimate. And so if they're estimating a certain amount of damage, guess what? They're going to charge you more premium. but the damage wasn't necessarily there. So we've had all this. So a lot of people thought, oh, market's going to implode. But here's where we are right now. So since we've done these reforms a couple years ago, you remember California, all the companies are leaving. In Florida, 17 new companies have entered the market for home insurance. What that has done as of January of 2026, there have been 83 filings for rate decreases and 100 filings for no increase, including one of the largest insurers in Florida Peninsula, an 8% decrease that they filed for. Now, people will say when these filings come in, people say, well, I didn't see that. Well, yeah, because it's the renewal when it takes effect. And so that will happen. So as of January, the 30-day average requests by companies for home rates are down 2.3%, which is, again, nationwide, this is still all going up. I mean, we're one of probably the only states in the country where you're seeing decreases. This is going up everywhere. S&P Global in 24, we had the lowest increase in the nation of all 50 states for homeowners. I think probably 25 it'll be similar once they produce those numbers. And think about this: 33 states during that year had double-digit increases, including as high as 23% in Nebraska that had happened. And so Florida had been stabilized by then. 5 other states had more than 20%: Montana, Iowa, Minnesota, Utah, and Washington. And so that's something that clearly those reforms started to take effect. Now, reinsurance. These companies will insure, and then they have to buy insurance for themselves, basically. That's a global market. It's not just something although Florida is a big part of that. And so reinsurance, when those skyrocket, it's going to lead to other things skyrocket. When they go down, it puts a downward pressure. So the January 1st renewals that we have seen have been decreases for the reinsurance market, and that's a sign of confidence that Florida has brought stability to its overall environment here, and they would not be risking capital if they didn't see that. So here we are with the reductions. I mentioned Florida Peninsula, 8.2% average rate decrease. Security First, another 62,000 homes, 8% average rate decrease. Universal, property and casualty, 512 homes, average rate decrease of 5.1%. And that's a subset, and so there's others. So that's kind of the overall private market, what we've seen kind of leading into this year. But I think, and Mike can talk more about it, I think they anticipate to see that continue in that direction, given the success that we've seen. Auto insurance, big problem across the country. And obviously in Florida, I think our rates have always been higher than many other states. Again, part of it's the demographics and the driving, and it is what it is. I mean, you mix like daredevils with retirement communities, and it's tough. I mean, it's really tough. If I had an easy solution for that, I would do it. But here, where we are with auto, the top 5 companies here have averaged a 6.5% reduction in premium. We also now have the lowest, what they call, recorded loss ratio for Florida in the last 15 years. That just means that it pulls the rates down when that happens. In the last 12 months, 42 auto companies have filed for a rate decrease, and 32 of those companies have filed that within the last 6 months. So here we are with auto. USAA, 268,000 drivers, average decrease 6.1%. Florida Farm Bureau, 86,000 drivers, average decrease 8.7%. Progressive, we announced earlier that Progressive was refunding $1 billion. Is that going out soon, or when? It'll be completely out January 15th for people because they had charged more than they needed to based on the losses. And so they are sending back $1 billion to their customers. But in addition to that, for their almost 1 million drivers that they insure in Florida, average rate decrease 8%. State Farm, 86,000 drivers, decrease average 10.1%. And that's their third reduction in 2 years. So that's a total of 20%, which would net to consumers $1 billion in savings on those. AAA, 3 rate reductions over the last year, totaling 15%. And then Allstate, 13,000 drivers, average decrease of 4%. And you talk to every single one of these companies, the only reason this is happening is because of the market reforms, because there's been sanity brought to this. And so they're now able, and honestly, they're kind of forced to do this, right? Because it's a competitive market, and if one's not, the other people can shift. And I've talked to people that said, yeah, I heard you said the auto and mine didn't go down. And I was like, well, did you look for other ones? And like, no. I'm like, all right, well, do it and tell me that, oh, I did. Oh, yeah, you know what? I saved $200 or whatever. So that's how the consumer benefits by making sure you're doing that. So one kind of preliminary announcement before we get to the main event. This is not just about what you get on your insurance a premium as a car owner. It also impacts other aspects of the economy. So today we can say that because of our reforms, Uber, the transport where you go, you can take an Uber, and if you don't have your own car, you don't want to do that. They have seen lower costs in Florida than in the rest of the country over the years, and their fares are now 6 points lower than in 49 other states. Since March of 2025, Uber riders in Florida have saved tens of millions of dollars because of these reforms. Drivers are completing more trips and also bringing more money home to their families. And so Uber, I think, is going to send out a message today to their customers, and here's a quote from it. Florida's reforms are working. Riders are seeing lower trip fares and drivers are completing more trips. Let's protect these wins. Sign up here to stay informed on legislation that could threaten your savings. Now, obviously, there was an effort to reverse some of these reforms last year. It didn't go anywhere. I'm not sure there's any life left in that push. Who knows? But clearly, I think if you're doing that, you're certainly going against the overwhelming, incontrovertible body of evidence. Now, for the biggest news of the day. So I think most people, particularly in southern Florida, know, there's some of these policies, some of these companies, Peninsula, whatever, they may not even offer policies in parts of southern Florida. Now, part of it is because of the history of the litigation abuse, I think, but part of it is also, for other reasons. And so there's a lot of people in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, and Monroe who are on Citizens Insurance, which is the insurer of last resort. And if you remember, when you had the hurricanes in 04 and 05, you had the market really deteriorate. A lot of people went on to Citizens. The problem with that is that, if you have all these people on it, Citizens may not be solvent to be able to handle that. You saw a decrease in Citizens when we had that 10 years with no hurricanes, but as the hurricanes kicked up, some of those companies that were...
Governor DeSantis speaking at this news conference earlier today. We've got to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Lake Eola right now, where we have heard reports of another swan dying. This is now more than 24 swans that have been found dead in the past couple of weeks as amid an outbreak of avian flu in the area. We've talked about this quite a bit with a number of experts and city officials as well. I want to bring in Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who's been looking into this today. And Matt, what's the latest? Where do things stand right now?
Well, I did speak with a gentleman who says he found another swan dead this morning, sent us a photograph of it in an area right next to Lake Eola Park, or actually in Lake Eola Park, but not the main lake area, kind of an area off to the side where sometimes swans nest. Sent us a photograph of a swan on its side, clearly deceased. Very sad that another swan, it looks like, has died at the park. I spoke with a group of, they call themselves, or they're called docents. Basically, they're volunteers who take care of the swans several times a year, particularly around December when the swans get their regular annual checkup. They help corral the swans off to the side of the park where there's a vet standing by to give them vaccines, check their weight, check their overall health. Sad that it was only since that latest checkup that now we have this apparent outbreak of flu that the birds are now suffering from. These docents who I spoke with, they say that they only want the health and safety of the swans. They say that naturally a place like Lake Eola Park wouldn't be able to accommodate so many swans, and they're there because they are symbols of the park and they're symbols of the city of Orlando. But they say at the same time, if the city is going to keep these swans there in a small area that normally would only be able to house or only be able to accommodate maybe 3 or 4 pairs of swans, there are so many of them there that the city is really incumbent upon them to take care of these birds because there are so many kind of unnaturally in one spot altogether. They're calling for better facilities for them, better treatment for the birds, and also more staff members, perhaps even a dedicated vet, someone there all the time who can address their needs.
And Matt, there is a city council meeting coming up at 2 o'clock. We know this is something that some members of the commission have talked about, have been concerned about, and are continuing to keep an eye on as things kind of move forward here.
Yes, that's true, but there isn't any specific item on the city agenda that they're going to be discussing when it comes to this. However, we plan to be at the meeting and reach out to some of the commissioners there, see what their thoughts about this are. However, these activists say who are interested in the overall health and safety of the birds say they're going to be at the city council meeting, a large group of them, on January 26th. To at least during the public comment period, talk about the swans and kind of, bring it to the city council. But right now, aside from us being at the city commission meeting to talk to the commissioners about this issue, there isn't anything specifically that's going to be discussed or decided upon when it comes to the birds.
Folks still out and about Lake Eola Park, even with the signs and the warnings, not scaring people off?
It doesn't look like any different of a day around Lake Eola Park as far as I could tell when we were walking around there.
Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us today and talking with us about the situation, continuing to keep an eye on it. Sad to see what's happening. We appreciate you sharing your reporting with us here today.
Thank you.
Also, following up on a story out of Seminole County that we've been talking with you about over the past week, and that's the elimination of a number of bus routes. Those bus routes were eliminated as of yesterday. I'm just double checking my dates, looking at the calendar there. Yes, January 11th was when many of those routes were going to be eliminated. Fox 35's Marley Capper reported on that earlier today. We'll have to get back to that actually in a little bit, because I want to go ahead and get you live to this news conference that's going on now in Washington, D.C., where Republican attorneys general are holding a news conference talking about this case regarding female athletes, sports, and transgender athletes. This is a case that's going before the Supreme Court. There is oral arguments expected, I believe, this week. And so let's go ahead and listen in on this news conference. This is obviously a big issue, a big topic all across the country. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Title IX and on women's sports, putting the safety of girls and women at risk. Joe Biden's rules walk back years of progress for women in sports and threaten the safety of girls, undermining equal access to athletics. So Republican AGs fought back, with great success, I might add. In 2024, because of our lawsuit, the courts blocked the Biden administration from enforcing its primary rule that would have prohibited schools from distinguishing between males and females in athletic opportunities, putting women and girls at unfair risk. Thankfully, President Trump came in and rolled back even more of Joe Biden's gender nonsense. I'm hopeful that the Supreme Court of the United States, again, does the right thing and protects women and girls' rights, which are on the line this week. Denying biological reality does not create equality. This issue affects girls and women across the nation, not just in one state or in one school district. The consequences are felt nationwide. I and my fellow Republican attorneys general will continue to fight to protect women, defend parental rights, and uphold our state's laws against federal overreach. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce a woman who needs really no introduction to this group, but who's become a leader in this area and a leader in our country, Riley Gaines.
Goodness, well, thank you guys. First and foremost, I want to express deeply my gratitude that I have for the people standing up here. A.G. Knudsen, of course, A.G. McCuskey, A.G. Labrador, the others who are here, my Attorney General Skrmetti. I understand that you have to stand behind this podium and maintain a level of decorum. I do not. So, while of course I'm excited for the opportunity, for the case that will be heard tomorrow, truthfully, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off that we've reached a point where we seemingly have an entire political party who has diminished and erased our rights as women. That's exactly what this is. Don't let them frame it any other way. They love to hide behind words like compassion and empathy and inclusion. Let me be very, very clear. What me and what my teammates faced, it was not inclusive. It was exclusive, because we as women were excluded from participating, from competing, from calling ourselves champions, because we were sent the message, and there's lots of fingers to point. I mentioned the Democratic Party. You could point a finger at many different institutions, the NCAA being one of them. We were told loud and clear that our rights to safety, our rights to privacy in areas of undressing, our rights to equal opportunity, they didn't matter. They certainly didn't matter as much as the boy's feelings, the man's feelings, his happiness. We were told that mattered more than our rights. I'm not going to spend any time explaining my story. I think by now it's well documented. When I first used my voice, though, back in 2022, I felt alone. I really did. There were very few, at least my understanding at the time, who were willing to put their name and their face to such a controversial issue, to say the controversial thing that there are two sexes and that you can't change your sex and that each sex is deserving of equal opportunity, of privacy, and of safety. Now I understand, though, that I really wasn't alone. There were people, women, fighting far longer than I had been, even now at this time. So thank you to the AGs who are here. I've sat in many different legislative bodies and heard from the other side of the aisle. And again, I hate to make it partisan, because in reality, it's not a partisan issue, but in terms of elected representation and certainly how legacy media, mainstream media portrays these issues, you would think it's very polarized. It's not. But I've sat in legislative bodies where we've heard Democratic elected officials who say, look, this is just a solution in search of a problem. You know, we're just talking about middle school girls basketball. It doesn't really matter that much. Sports aren't really about winning. They're about happiness. That's what I've heard. Thank you guys for being willing to push back on that and to defend the rights of myself, my teammates, and girls across the country. Understand tomorrow, the cases that are being heard, it's not to determine if states must pass some sort of fairness in women's sports law. It's to determine if they even can. We are fighting for the bare minimum here. The bare minimum. Can we as women call ourselves champions? Can we allow ourselves to be vulnerable in an intimate area of undressing, such as a locker room, without having to fear a man walking into that space? Can we do those things? I surely hope, I'm very optimistic, that we will see a favorable ruling here. What I do know is public opinion isn't on their side, the other side, those who support the discrimination of women. Science isn't on their side. What happened to follow the science, by the way? They seemed to live by that mantra a few years ago. Not anymore. Even though the Washington Post, hell must have frozen over. They put out an editorial piece today saying that exact same thing. Last thing here, I mentioned feeling alone a few years ago. I feel so validated in the stand that I took. I feel so supported, encouraged, optimistic for the future that my daughter will inherit. My husband and I, we just had a little baby girl about 3 months ago. And having her and looking at her, it changes the way you think about everything. I think initially when I approached this topic, of course, naturally you approach it with your own personal experience. That's not how I approach this topic anymore. I approach it in the light of my daughter and the opportunities that she will one day have, the opportunities to achieve and to succeed. We're in this time, like I said, where this issue has become one that has been painted to be divisive. Last thing I'll say is if our leaders cannot find it within themselves to protect women, all while claiming to be the party of and for women, then it's time we elect new leaders. Appreciate you guys, excited for tomorrow and to stand in lockstep with you all. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Riley. Hello, everyone. My name is Macy Petty. I'm the legislative strategist and women's sports spokesperson at Concerned Women for America. I would first like to thank the Republican Attorneys General Association for hosting this press conference and inviting us female athletes to share our stories, because long before I was here in Washington, D.C., storming the halls of Congress with truth, I was a 6-year-old female athlete with big-eyed dreams of playing college volleyball. That's all I wanted to do. I would spend hours outside learning how to overhand serve, and then, of course, then it came to nutrition and speed and trying to increase my vertical every single inch. And then I got to high school. And if you want to play in college volleyball, you better play travel volleyball. I never got to go to prom because every weekend was spent traveling across the country to these tournaments to try and impress all these college scouts that go to find the best of the best. And at one of these games in particular, I walked up to the court, and I'm telling you, my dreams came true. I got this pit in my stomach because the court was surrounded by college scouts. This was my moment. I had been fighting for this, to win them over and show them why I, more than anyone else on that court, deserved a spot on their collegiate team and maybe even a scholarship to pay for my degree. But instead of showing off those skills that I had been training my entire life to build, they watched a boy slam the ball in our faces. Now, there were plenty of opportunities for this boy to play at the boys' courts on the other side of the convention center, where, mind you, the nets are over 7 inches higher than our nets. But instead, it was humiliating, it was degrading to me as a female, and of course, it jeopardized my opportunity to even put that jersey on in the first place. But then I joined Concerned Women for America and started this fight for advocacy because I realized that maybe this issue was a lot bigger than I thought, because I thought it was obviously cheating, but USA Volleyball did absolutely nothing to stop it from happening to anybody else. So I joined this women's organization that, to my surprise, had been fighting this for years already, but had been laughed out of offices, humiliated on public stages because they were told they were making it up. This isn't a real issue. Well, I am so grateful that a decade later, the Supreme Court is finally taking our concerns seriously. But do not be surprised. This is an evil that is poisoning every American institution and taking our children as prey. But in the midst of that, we have brave leaders like these attorneys general, these female athletes, organizations, state leaders who are saying enough is enough and standing up for female athletes, for femininity, for God's design of male and female, and truth. Because there are phony leaders out there like Gavin Newsom, and Riley already said it, Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, who, mind you, is right down the street at his NCAA convention at National Harbor tomorrow. And if they like to sit here and say that they empower female athletes, well, then this is your personal invitation, Charlie Baker and Linda Livingstone. I will see you on the steps of the Supreme Court tomorrow rallying for female athletes at the Supreme Court.
That news conference continuing. I want to go ahead and take you live now to the White House. This is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking to reporters live on the White House driveway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Falling below 6%. For the first time in years. Thank you, NBC, for this very fair and honest headline. But this is the truth, and these are the facts thanks to President Trump's economic policies. So frankly, they're hard to deny. And then again, we have the Washington Examiner out this morning with gas prices. The national average has fallen to $2.79 per gallon for the first time in nearly 5 years. So these were two of the biggest pain points for the American people, as you all know, under the previous administration. Gas prices, mortgage rates, interest rates, all things that this administration is committed to seeing fall. In addition to prices, we know core inflation is at its lowest point as it has been in 5 years. And so these economic policies are really coming into fruition now that we're in 2026. And we'll be seeing more tax cuts into the pockets of the American people later this spring as well. So it's all good news on the economic front. And I know the president looks forward to talking about that tomorrow in Michigan. I'll take some of your questions today.
Thank you so much. Caroline. On Jerome Powell, President Trump has mentioned on multiple occasions that the administration could probably bring a lawsuit against him. Did the president ever direct DOJ officials to open an investigation into Powell?
No.
And can you reassure the American public that his longstanding criticisms and public comments about Powell had nothing to do with the investigation?
Look, the president has every right to criticize the Fed chair. He has a First Amendment right, just like all of you do. And one thing for sure, the president's made it quite clear, is Jerome Powell is bad at his job. As for whether or not Jerome Powell is a criminal, that's an answer the Department of Justice is going to have to find out, and it looks like they intend to find that out.
Caroline, two more questions on the Fed for you. Senator Tillis is promising to hold up all Fed nominees until this legal matter with Jerome Powell is resolved. What does the president make of that?
I haven't spoken to the president about Senator Tillis's comments. I'll leave that to our legislative affairs shop to figure out, and I'll let the president speak on that himself.
Caroline, did President Trump speak to
Go ahead.
Believe that the Fed should operate independently from him.
The president has made it quite clear he thinks Jerome Powell is bad at his job, and the president has made it quite clear, as have many economists, by the way, that interest rates should be lowered, and they should have been lowered a long time ago.
But does he believe in the independence of the Fed, Caroline?
He has, and he said that many times.
Yes.
Bloomberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Jay Powell should go to jail if he lied about
Eamon, you're yelling out a question that's being asked in a different way, but it's the same exact question as we just answered, and I just answered it. We'll let the Department of Justice determine that.
Has President Trump strikes off the table in Iran, and does he believe there's a potential path to end the protest there without military action?
Well, I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
President
Go ahead,
Trump
Jim.
Steve Witkoff talking to the Iranians at the moment?
I understand that Steve Witkoff will continue to be a very important player in diplomacy with respect to Iran. I think the last week has shown that the president made the right, realistic assessment of what needed to take place in Venezuela at this moment in time. And the interim authorities and Delcy Rodriguez and her team have been very cooperative with the United States and the president and his team, as evidenced by the massive energy deal that the president was able to cut with the interim authorities, their commitment to release Venezuelan political prisoners, which we also saw last week. So we've seen a great level of cooperation, and the president expects that to continue. Go ahead, sorry.
And how soon does he want to see elections in Venezuela?
I think right now it's still too soon to say, and I don't want to set a deadline for the president on that.
What's the meeting this morning with Marco Rubio about Venezuela? What can we see this week on Venezuela? More meetings?
The president meets with the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor daily, sometimes multiple times a day, and so it was on a range of topics, as it always is.
Does President Trump expect on Venezuela? What practical steps would the White House like to see those interim authorities take to stop Iran and Hezbollah from operating in the country, and have those authorities done anything on that yet?
I think right now the main correspondence with the interim authorities is really focused on obviously ensuring stability and prosperity and continued cooperation with respect to energy. As you all know, there was a very powerful and big group of oil executives who were here at the White House on Friday, and so continuing to iron out some of these energy deals. We also have made it very clear, the president's made it very clear, that we don't want to see any more drug boats sailing from Venezuela towards the United States of America, which we have not, frankly, in the last week. President's also made it very clear that only oil tankers that are approved by the United States of America will be flowing from Venezuela, and we will continue to seize ships that are stateless or that are not approved for commerce by the United States. Kevin.
Back to Iran, is the objective in these discussions with Iran still complete denuclearization, or what else is the president looking for as he, engages in these discussions?
Well, he's made it quite clear he certainly doesn't want to see people being killed in the streets of Tehran, and unfortunately that's something we're seeing right now. Kelly.
Caroline, Archbishop Polk is here today.
I'll get to you, don't worry. Kelly. I understand he has spoken to Elon about that. Yes, he talked to all of you about that on the plane last night. What was your first question, Kelly? I haven't spoken with Mr. Witkoff today about that, but we can certainly get you an answer.
Archbishop Coakley is here.
President
Trump is meeting with Archbishop Coakley.
It's of great interest to you, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and they may be speaking as we're speaking. Can you give us a preview of what they'll be talking about, or will there be a readout as well after they're done of what they discuss?
I can see if the president will provide you a readout. How's that?
Yep, sounds good. And also, President Trump, has he seen the video put out by Jerome Powell on Sunday? And if so, what's his reaction?
That video was put out after I was with the president when Air Force One landed last night, I believe. So I was no longer with him when that video came out. I don't know if he's seen it or not.
Does the president have a dateline or a timeline on Greenland?
No, he has not set a timeline, but it's definitely a priority for him. She's asking about Greenland, and I think the president was very clear last night. He said that he wants to see the United States acquire Greenland because he feels that if we do not, then it will eventually be acquired or even perhaps hostily taken over by either China or Russia, which is not a good thing for the United States or for Europe or for Greenland as well. Let's not forget, it would not just be in the best interest of the United States, but perhaps it would be in the best interest of Greenland as well to be part of the United States and protected by the United States. I can't even finish my answer. Everybody's screaming. Go ahead, Monica.
What did the president mean the last night when he said that Iran had called to negotiate and that there may be a meeting that is set up?
I mean, what else do you want me to explain by that? There was an official from the Iranian government, I believe it was reported earlier, that reached out to a member of the president's very close team, Special Envoy Witkoff, expressing a far different tone than what you're seeing publicly.
Charlie, about the meeting on Thursday with Maria Corina Machado?
Has been front and center in response to this ICE video. Is the president satisfied with her efforts there and all of her her media interviews?
Yes, 100%. President Trump and I actually spoke about this last night, and how Secretary Noem is doing a phenomenal job, not just securing the border, which she and the president did together in record time, but also in defense of the brave men and women of ICE who put on a law enforcement uniform every single day to protect our communities and to protect all of you and every American, regardless if they are Democrat or Republican. ICE is doing a very important job to remove illegal alien criminals from our communities. And I think it's very striking that all weekend long, you had agitators and violent American citizens out in the streets of Minneapolis protesting. Protesting what exactly? Apparently, they are protesting the removal of heinous murderers and rapists and criminals from a city that I can guarantee you, when you look at the list of the illegal criminals that ICE is removing from our communities every day, not a single person in those protests and not a single person standing here that works in the mainstream media in Washington, D.C. would want those individuals in your neighborhood, in your community, around your children and around your families. Wow. ICE is doing an incredibly important job that's not just important to our homeland security, but our national security. And this administration will continue to stand wholeheartedly by the brave men and women of ICE, including that officer in Minneapolis who was absolutely justified in using self-defense against a lunatic who was part of a group, an organized group, to interject and to impede on law enforcement operations. And it's disgusting what we have seen from the left. And I think that it just shows you where the modern day Democrat Party stands today in protecting illegal alien pedophiles and rapists and murderers over law-abiding American citizens and our brave men and women who serve in law enforcement. Thank you.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking to reporters gathered outside the White House this afternoon. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to get you back to this news conference we were listening into earlier as a number of Republican attorneys general discuss this case that's going in front of the Supreme Court tomorrow about transgender athletes competing in women's sports. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Playing field for our girls when it comes to sports. And so this is fundamentally not about politics. It's parental. It's not political. It's parental. And let me just say in conclusion that Title IX is not anti-anyone. It is pro-women. It is pro-fairness. It is pro-safety. And this is not about politics today. This is about opportunity. Thank you.
My name is Dave Yost. I am the Attorney General in Ohio. And I want to address the ladies who spoke here just a few moments ago. If any of you want to go to law school, we've got a job for you afterward. JP, I'm not sure you maybe shouldn't be thinking about where to go. There he is. I'm not sure you shouldn't be thinking about sharing time with a couple of them tomorrow at the Supreme Court, because they're pretty effective. Yeah, look, there's not a lot to be said that hasn't been said, and I'm not going to try your patience by repeating what everyone else has already made, the points that have already been made. Ohio is here today to support this because, like other states across the union, we have a law too. It's not in front of the United States Supreme Court. It's in front of the Ohio Supreme Court. And tomorrow's proceedings and the ultimate decision that is rendered by SCOTUS is going to have an important role in the state sovereignty of all of those states about their ability to protect their girls and female athletes across the country. So I appreciate and commend the courage of the women who have come forward and raised this issue of fundamental fairness against an amazing tide of mainstream legacy media opposition. I appreciate their courage to raise the issue, and I'm looking forward to the arguments tomorrow and a verdict, a decision that will increase and support justice. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Attorney General Jason Miyares of Virginia. You know, this entire debate that's been going across the country on these trans biological boys and women's sports, it's what I like to say, a case of people being so open-minded that your brain falls out. Because if I was to go back in time and talk to you in 2010 and say there'd be an entire political movement, an entire political party that absolutely supports biological boys and women's sports, in women's locker rooms and bathrooms and overnight trips, you would have said that's not possible. But now here we are, and that's what the purpose of our courts have been. I want to thank these remarkable women that are up here. Riley Gaines, these remarkable athletes, because they've exhibited, I think, one of the rarest traits you find in the public arena, which is courage. You have no idea the abuse they have received. You have no idea the loneliness they have felt. I remember meeting with the Roanoke College women's swim team in Virginia, in which they voted unanimously. They did not want a biological boy on their women's swim team. They were overruled, and the level of abuse they received on their campus made it untenable. They, in the face of this mob-like mentality of online harassment and in-your-face harassment, have displayed such courage, and it gives us, as Attorney Generals, courage as well. We're proud of what we've done in Virginia. We've said in the Attorney General's office in my time that we're the people's protector. We've indeed stood with my attorney generals across the country and joining multi-state coalitions challenging the Biden administration when they tried to put forth the Department of Education rule change prohibiting so-called sex discrimination to also mean trans athletes. We stood against them. When they even tried to tie aid to dependent children for school lunch programs to this left-wing trans ideology, we managed to push back and get them to change it. We're proud that Virginia has also joined Idaho and West Virginia in front of SCOTUS and filing amicus briefs. And what is indeed common sense? Common sense indeed is rolling the country right now. I just want to read from you today an op-ed from editorial board from this morning. And it said, biological boys roll back that progress when they take away roster spots, trophies, and scholarships from biological boys. Rather than unlawful discrimination, the laws being challenged in front of the Supreme Court are reasonable concessions to immutable reality. That's from the Washington Post today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if Riley Gaines had said the same thing, or any of these female athletes had said the same thing just 5 years ago on a college campus, they'd be shunned, they'd be ostracized, and they would be attacked. That is what leadership looks like. And so, yes, we often hear that this is a small problem every time there is a trophy taken away from a biological girl and given to a biological man. Every time there's a championship taken away, every time there is a scholarship taken away, it's denying an opportunity to our female athletes. That is the purpose of Title IX. Before Title IX, it was sometimes 2-to-1, 3-to-1 on college campuses of the number of scholarships given to male athletes, given to female athletes. The entire purpose is that it is equal. And every time this occurs, it is indeed a violation of Title IX. And this is exactly why we have our Supreme Court. We have a Supreme Court that, despite what the loud left-wing mob may be occurring, that they're willing to stand in and protect our women's athletes and our young girls. And so, to echo General Rakita, my fervent prayer tomorrow is may justice prevail and protect our women athletes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am
As that news conference continues, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Do want to give you an update on a story we've been tracking throughout the day. We know the lockdowns, soft lockdowns have been listed at 3 different campuses in Lake County. Lake Mineola High School remains on lockdown right now, according to officials there. This is because of a bomb threat that was called in earlier today. We've been talking about this throughout the morning on Fox 35 News Plus here. Law enforcement has been out on that scene for much of the day, canvassing the area, securing the campus as well. I can tell you that soft lockdowns have now been lifted at Grassy Lake Elementary School, Mineola Charter, and Pinecrest Lakes Academy. But Lake Mineola High School still on lockdown right now. We're told that half of the campus has been cleared, but law enforcement continuing to go through their process of making sure the rest of the campus is safe. So Lake Mineola High School remains on lockdown after that bomb threat that was called in earlier today, and we'll continue to keep an eye on that. I want to give you a live look right now in Tallahassee. This is a meeting of the Florida Senate Criminal Justice Committee. Several bills on the agenda here today, including a bill that would essentially give some exemptions from licensure requirements for certain volunteers who provide armed security services for places of worship. Another bill that would add 7-OH as a Schedule I controlled substance. You may remember back in August, the Attorney General announced that 7-OH would be classified as a Schedule I controlled substance as part of an emergency rule that he levied again back in August. So those are a couple of the bills that we are watching for. This one more hearing before the official day of the start of the regular session, which is tomorrow. There will be a joint session gathering in around 11 o'clock, and Governor DeSantis will speak during that, given his annual State of the State address. It will be his final one as governor because he is term limited and can't run for re-election in 2026. Again, if you're just now joining us, we can also report that Jay Collins has announced he plans to run for Florida governor, a much anticipated announcement, finally making that official today. We're going to talk a lot more about that in about 20 minutes on Florida Live. But let's go ahead and listen in to this hearing. Again, Florida Senate Criminal Justice Committee hearing some discussion as well about their first bill about Veterans Affairs and Veterans Treatment Court programs as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live from Tallahassee.
Clear criteria to facilitate treatment-focused diversion instead of default incarceration. Florida's veterans answered the call and stood on the front lines when our nation needed them. Now, I respectfully ask you to take action and answer the call for them by voting yes on passing Senate Bill 50. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for your testimony and for being here. We connected last year, and I had the honor and privilege of actually meeting your husband, Kyle, who's incarcerated at Jefferson Correctional Institution when I did a visit there last year to visit our state prisons. I just think it's really, really important for impacted family members to speak in favor of criminal justice reforms as you have, and I'm glad and inspired to see you here because your voice can make a change. So thank you, Christina, for your advocacy.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Dan Hendrickson.
Waive and support, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Pastor Jerlyn Denny, speaking in favor. Alliance for Safety and Justice.
Good afternoon, Chair Martin and members of the committee. Just thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pastor Jerlyn Denny, and I'm here today as the Flagler County chapter leader for Crime Survivors Speak, as a crime survivor and as a veteran in support of SB 50, sponsored by Senator Gates, with Representative Maney as the House sponsor. Florida is home to more than 1.4 million veterans. Many served honorably but returned home with service-related conditions, including mental health challenges, traumatic brain injuries, substance use disorders, or military sexual trauma that can affect behavior long after service ends. I want to thank Senator Gates and Representative Maney for their leadership on this thoughtful bill. As both a crime survivor and a veteran, I believe strongly that accountability and public safety must always come first. SB 50 reflects what works, allowing courts with input from a multidisciplinary team to respond appropriately when an offense is tied to service-related trauma, while preserving judicial discretion, oversight, and clear accountability in every case. As Representative Maney has noted in hearings in the House, this bill aligns Florida's Veterans Treatment Court statute with our mental health treatment court framework, ensuring consistency, fairness, and evidence-based decision-making. As someone who has lived on both sides of this issue, I believe accountability and rehabilitation are not opposites. they work best together. SB 50 strikes that balance and strengthens outcomes for veterans, survivors, and communities. I respectfully urge your support of SB 50. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Any debate on this bill? Oh.
You don't.
I don't have one for Mr. Bishop.
But if I didn't,
You recognize.
I'll waive in support of this very good bill.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
And if not, I'll fill out.
All right. Any debate? Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Gates, for bringing this very good bill forward. I think it's a great thing that our committee is looking at opportunities for veterans who commit crimes to, as you put it, earn their way out of the criminal justice system in many ways. I'm proud to support your bill today. I'm also curious if there's an opportunity, or maybe if you could opine on the exclusion of those veterans who did commit violent crimes. We all know, of course, and understand that many veterans who have experienced trauma and PTSD as a result of their service can oftentimes be violent offenders. So I would like to see them potentially included as well, of course, given the circumstances. But I do think that this is a very good piece of legislation you've brought forward today, and I'm proud to vote yes on it, sir. Thank you for your support and your advocacy.
Thank you.
Any other debate? Senator Gates, thank you very much for working with myself, committee staff on this bill, and clearly many throughout the state of Florida who are concerned with our veterans. You recognize to close on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In close, I would only just say that your committee staff has been extremely helpful in shaping this bill properly so that it really fits in the criminal justice system and fits into the needs of our veterans. So thank you very much for that, and I waive close.
Thank you. Tori, please call the roll on CS for SB 50.
Senator Bernard?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Garcia?
Yes.
Senator Pizzo?
Yes.
Senator Simon?
Yes.
Senator Yarborough?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes.
Chair Martin?
Yes. By your vote, CS for SB 50 has reported favorably. I have to go present a bill upstairs, so I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Smith. Have at it. It's on back.
Okay, Senators, we're going to take up tab 2 since we still have Senator Gates here. That's Senate Bill 52, excuse me, on security services at places of worship. Senator Gates, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There is a strike all. May I explain the strike all?
Yes, Senator Gates, you are recognized to explain the strike all.
And the strike all is barcode 569732. Mr. Chairman, houses of worship have not only always been sacred places, but safe places for praise and prayer and meditation and gathering. But unfortunately, that safety can no longer be taken for granted. It's now common for synagogues, churches, mosques to have armed security, often using professional licensed security personnel. Some congregations cannot afford to hire outside security services, so they're using volunteers. The strike all exempts people who provide volunteer armed security for churches and other places of worship from the Class D and Class G licensing requirement that is applicable to professional security services. The bill makes clear that persons who volunteer to provide such security are not subject to the Class D and Class G licensing requirements that would be applied if there were paid security. And that's the bill.
Thank you, Senator Gates. Having presented his amendment, barcode 596732, Senators, are there questions? Seeing none, are there appearance forms on the amendment? I see these are on the main bill, actually. Senators, is there debate on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Gates, you're recognized to close on the amendment.
I close, sir.
Without objection, should the amendment is adopted. We are now on the bill as amended. Senators, are there questions on the bill as amended? Questions on the bill? see that there's appearance cards. First, we will hear from Reggie Bartowski. Looks like speaking for. Reggie, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I really appreciate this time to be able to come and just talk about this very important bill. My name is Reggie Barkowski. I've spent over 20 years in law enforcement. I retired out as a police chief up in the state of Washington. I'm currently the chief of safety and security for Pensacola Christian College, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 52. The issue is actually pretty simple. Right now we have a gray area in Chapter 493. 493, I believe, was written for commercial security companies, people who get paid for security services. Volunteer churches are not doing that. Church members are not doing that. They rely on unpaid volunteers who are trying to look out, protect their congregations. But right now, if an armed volunteer church security team gets organized, those volunteers suddenly can be viewed as unlicensed security officers here in the state of Florida. That puts really good people and churches in a tough spot, even though they're trying to do the right thing, protecting their houses of worship. We all know that houses of worship have been targeted. When something happens, law enforcement responses can be minutes, but we know every second counts. Churches in rural areas may not get a law enforcement response for up to 30 minutes. Volunteer armed teams are already there in their church. They're not there to replace police. They're just trying to buy time and protect lives until that valuable help arrives. Senate Bill 52 doesn't expand gun rights. It doesn't change carry laws. It doesn't create vigilantes. It simply clarifies that unpaid volunteers protecting their own church are not commercial security officers. Many states already handle it this way. Florida should too. This bill gives clarity, reduces risk, and helps churches plan responsibly. I respectfully ask for you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, it looks like we have Pastor Joshua Burdick speaking for. Pastor Burdick, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I want to begin by saying thank you for your service to our state. So grateful for each and every one of you and all that you do, and as well as this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Pastor Joshua Burdick. I'm the care pastor at Campus Church in Pensacola, Florida. And for over 50 years, our church has served the Pensacola area, as well as the faculty and staff of Pensacola Christian College. And today I stand before you in strong support of Senate Bill 52, sponsored by Senator Gates, which provides essential clarity and protections for security services at places of worship. Under Florida Statute Chapter 493, there's a significant gray area that hinders our ability to protect our church responsibly. While 493.6102.13 explicitly exempts unarmed church security volunteers from licensing requirements, no such clear exemption exists for armed volunteers, even when they serve without any compensation. As outlined in a 2022 legal opinion from Katz and Phillips, this ambiguity persists despite HB 259, which allows concealed carry on church property. The opinion notes that volunteers could be deemed security officers if they receive any form of consideration, even non-monetary, like training, shirts, or even a bottle of water, triggering licensing needs under Chapter 493. And this really exposes dedicated congregants, many with valid concealed weapons and firearm licenses, to potential fines, license revocations, and other risks. And SB 52 addresses this responsibly by establishing a narrow exception for volunteers who provide armed security services on a voluntary, unpaid basis, strictly limited to the premises of the place of worship. At Campus Church, we rely on our volunteers to prioritize the protection of our life and our sacred spaces. Without this bill, the uncertainty highlighted in legal analyses like Katz and Phillips chills our efforts to safeguard families, children, and the elderly who gather in peace. And for smaller churches, especially, the alternative requiring full D and G licensing or hiring professional officers imposes heavy financial burdens, including extensive training costs, fees, insurance, and contracts that many modest congregations simply cannot afford. We've seen too many tragedies nationwide, and Florida's faith communities deserve the tools to respond proactively and lawfully. and I respectfully urge you to advance SB 52, empowering places of worship to enhance security with confidence and responsibility. Thank you for your time, and again, thank you for your service to our state.
Thank you, Pastor. I see that Senator Martin, Chair Martin, has returned, so I will hand the gavel back to him, and he'll continue with public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for filling in this really important time. Trevor Huff, speaking in favor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a church member of a congregation, like many across Florida, that feel the weight of an unfortunately hostile world. The Family Research Council published a report in 2024 that documented a total of 415 hostile incidents against churches in the U.S. Florida was a leader in hostile incidents in 2024 with a total of 25 reported attacks. Horrific tragedies such as the recent church shooting in Grand Blanc, Michigan, left 4 dead and 8 injured, highlighting the importance of church security. I do want to clarify, there is no law in Florida prohibiting the carry of firearms at a religious institution. However, having a group of church members voluntarily organizing and acting as a security team for the congregation could be putting themselves and the church at significant risk.
Is Florida Senate committee meeting continuing in Tallahassee, discussing some changes that would make it a little bit easier, reduce some of the red tape and the burden for volunteers who are trying to form security at houses of worship across the state of Florida. That a conversation and topic of debate continuing in this committee meeting. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back at the top of the hour with Florida Live, and welcome in our TV audience as well, so keep it here.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. And I want to start here by giving you an update on a story we've been tracking all morning on Fox 35 News Plus, if you've been with us. And this is the situation at Lake Minneola High School. These are images from Sky Fox from earlier today, and you can see a heavy law enforcement presence that has been on that scene all day since about 10 o'clock this morning because of a bomb threat that was called in to the school. So what we know is that Lake Mineola High is still on lockdown. Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte speaking just minutes ago with the school resource officer who says they're doing final sweeps of the campus right now. What they're planning on doing and what they're anticipating is doing a normal release at about 2:20, so about 20 minutes from now. But right now the school is still on lockdown. A number of parents have been out at that school since that lockdown first began this morning. We can also okay, I'm just seeing into our newsroom now. Lockdown lifted at Lake Mineola High School. They are going to release as normal coming up in just about 20 minutes or so, and they are thanking everyone for understanding. Law enforcement, again, has been on that scene all throughout the day, making sure everything is safe and secure. And a little bit ago, maybe an hour or so ago, as we reported on Fox 35 News Plus, soft lockdowns had been lifted at 3 other nearby schools. So nothing came of that bomb threat, which is certainly good, but we know it did cause a lot of disruption there at Lake Mineola High School today. Well, welcome in again, Florida Live here, and tracking a big breaking political story this afternoon, and that is a new candidate in the race for Florida governor this year. That's Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. And if you already thought he was in the race, you can be forgiven for that, because this has been something that has been teased and talked about for a while, but the lieutenant governor today finally making that official and making that announcement that he is going to enter the race and is officially running for governor. So what does this mean? What does this do to the dynamics of that campaign? Joining us live now to talk about this is UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, and we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Professor Hanley here on Florida Live.
Good afternoon, Garrett.
First, want to get your reaction. I know we have talked about Jay Collins before over the past weeks and months, so certainly no surprise with this announcement today, but give me your reaction to finally hearing that announcement.
Well, yeah, it was not something that we weren't thinking was going to happen. We thought it would happen, and yet it happened in, it seems to be a somewhat haphazard way. There was a post to an online website, the Floridian Press, that said, do not release, that announced that he was in. It got picked up apparently by Google News, and so it was out there that he was coming in, but it was premature. And so now he's coming out and announcing that he's in the race. But it doesn't appear that there was much of an organized run-up to this. And I think it's caught a number of media outlets by surprise.
I want to ask you, because he has been asked about this a number of times over the past few weeks, and even just in recent days by a number of news outlets across the state. And he has said, he has been teasing the announcement, saying, he has made a decision, but was kind of saying he was waiting on the right time to do that. So what do you make of the timing with this announcement now?
It's a delicate matter getting into this race, given that there is already a Trump endorsement of Representative Byron Donalds. You don't want to let it go too far and let Donalds establish himself in this race, and yet, why are you doing it now? It's an interesting question. Maybe they saw some polling that made it seem that Donalds was establishing himself, and they realized that it was now or never.
You mentioned the Trump endorsement. There have been a lot of questions about whether Governor DeSantis would endorse his lieutenant governor. In fact, the governor was asked about that earlier today. Obviously, this soundbite I'm going to play was from before Jay Collins, that official announcement kind of came out. But here is what DeSantis said at a news conference earlier today when he was asked about Jay Collins potentially running for governor.
Jay's a good guy. He served this country admirably as a Green Beret. He has a great conservative record in the Florida Senate. I don't know what he's going to announce or not announce. My role, obviously, I'm focused on the state of the state and some other things. If I get involved in the primary, you'll know it. It'll be at a time and place of my choosing, and so we'll see.
If I get involved in the primary, you'll know about it, and it will be at a time and place of my choosing. Not exactly a ringing endorsement out of the gate for Lieutenant Governor Collins from Governor DeSantis, John.
It's difficult for DeSantis to get into this race too much, given that the president has thrown his support behind Donald's. If DeSantis makes this into a Trump versus DeSantis contest, we might see a result like we saw in the 2024 Republican primary, which shows that Trump is much more popular among the base than DeSantis is, and that could put additional strain on his relationship with Trump. DeSantis is term limited out, obviously. He doesn't have an easy path to the United States Senate, and so there's a lot of uncertainty about where DeSantis goes from here.
Yeah, and it is a tricky spot for him because we have really seen him work over the past year or so, it seems, to kind of mend some of those fences with President Trump that may have been broken by his presidential run and some other things. So it really does put him in a tough spot when you consider he doesn't, we don't know what his political future might be right now.
Mm-hmm. DeSantis is a very intelligent politician. He's always looking for an issue or an opening. He took excellent advantage of 2020 and COVID and the turnaround that we saw in 21, 22 around race relations. He really got out in front of that on the Republican side and was able to bring it close to a successful run for 2024. So, there's an ability for him to get back into things. It's just that he hasn't had, I think, the openings that he saw a few years ago. And so he'll continue to test the boundaries, but we haven't seen him get successful again recently.
So what does Collins' entrance into the governor's race now do for the dynamics of this race? Does it change anything at this point?
It's hard to predict a multi-candidate primary like this. We already have James Fishback, the hedge funder, who's in the race or seemingly in the race. And we have Paul Renner, the former Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives. So that makes it a four-person race. You don't know among the voters. It's hard to predict whether someone who was a Fishback supporter first goes to Collins or Donalds or Renner as a second choice if someone like Fishback disappears. If it's Trump versus someone who's not endorsed by Trump, right, then that makes it very easy. It's a one-on-one. Or if one was the conservative and someone else was more moderate, then that would be an easy way of telling a story about this race. But if you look at what Collins said, he said, well, he's going to push Donalds. There's not much of an indication where he differs from Donalds. And so that makes it harder for these other candidates to get into the race. Will it be an open jump ball kind of race? And we're going to see a lot of fighting among the candidates? That's possible. It's also possible that there's limited attention that can go to this race. And so it's going to elevate one or two of the other candidates against Donalds, and that other person could be Collins, could be Renner, is just going to fall by the wayside with very little attention.
And I want to go back to something that you talked about at the very beginning, and that was a potential concern from the Collins campaign that maybe Donalds was establishing himself too much as the front runner, because Donalds did announce early, and he did get that endorsement from President Trump early, and he kind of took that ball and has really run with it over the past months of this campaign, while we have seen others kind of waiting to get into this race. Does that make it a lot harder for any candidate that isn't Donalds at this point?
I think under normal circumstances, you would say someone comes in, they've got the endorsement of the president in a Republican primary, it's a ways out, they're pretty solid. I don't know anything about what's happening behind the scenes, why these other Republican candidates are challenging Donalds. This lack of respect for the Trump endorsement and for this front runner status, is that based in some belief that Donald's will falter, or is it just that other Republican candidates believe in themselves and they think that they can win this, and they just have a kind of outside sense of confidence? It could be the latter. We don't know. It will be fascinating to watch, because it is unusual, really, for us to see this kind of open, or not necessarily open, but it's unusual to see this many candidates emerging against a Trump endorsement in a Republican primary in a state where the president is very, very popular.
Yeah, it really is going to be fascinating to watch. UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, we appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you.
And I should mention before I go to break here, we are doing extended sit-downs with each of these major governor candidates. We had the chance to catch up with Congressman Donalds on the campaign trail on Saturday in the Villages. He was our first. We're going to be speaking with Speaker Paul Renner, Jerry Demings, David Jolly as well this week, and we'll bring you those extended in-depth conversations with those candidates on a number of different policy issues coming up on Fox 35 News Plus later this month. And we have now also extended an invitation to the Lieutenant Governor to join us for one of those conversations as well. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. So we're going to go to the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom, bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start in Winter Haven today, where earlier today, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd held one of his famous press conferences. Now, this morning, he was joined by Florida's Attorney General James Uthmeier to announce the conviction of the leader of the sex money murder gang. Now, he said that it took jurors about an hour to convict Hernando Thompson on 5 charges, including racketeering, conspiracy to commit racketeering, and 3 counts of directing criminal gang activities. Judd said law enforcement officials ran through the sex money murder gang like Sherman through Georgia during this morning's press conference. Now, this all stems from an investigation that took about a year to complete, and in April of 2022, Sheriff Judd announced the arrest of dozens of suspects who are facing more than 150 charges. Again, following that year-long racketeering investigation, state law enforcement officials and investigators from police departments across the country were a part of this investigation. Sheriff Judd said the team began intercepting telephone calls and social media messages in September of 2021. He said this was the first time in Polk County history that they did a wiretap where they listened to social media apps. In total, 41 suspects were facing charges. 12 were charged with racketeering. There were 120 felony and 40 misdemeanor filings. Their criminal histories included more than 1,100 felonies, 161 misdemeanors, and 205 felony convictions. Now, this morning, Judd stated that law enforcement officials also served 6 search warrants, seized $1.5 million in drugs, 18 firearms, as well as ballistic armor. Now, according to Judd, Thompson is the head of that sex money murder gang for the state of Florida, and he said that Thompson is facing the possibility of serving 5 life sentences. The sheriff said during a home invasion in Eagle Lake, the suspects who were part of this gang pointed a gun at an 8-year-old child and also at the head of a 3-month-old infant. He added that there was one instance where the suspects received permission up the chain of command on this gang to commit a murder, and they were after this victim to murder him. And the only reason Judd said that this victim was not murdered is because he was able to escape in the middle of the night. And he added that his deputies found that murder victim to be the next day or a few days later and locked him up on charges. And Sheriff Judd said that deputies did this in order to keep this person alive until the investigation could be completed. Judd stated that Thompson was arrested several years ago, but he wasn't sure if he was in jail until his trial date. Now, I did look up the records at the Polk County Jail, and they indicate that Thompson was arrested in 2024, but he was released, and he was rebooked a few days ago on January 8th of this year. And Judd said some of the suspects who were accused during this investigation have already pleaded, and they are in prison. And he said that other suspects in this investigation, they are still awaiting trial. Garrett?
All right, very serious charges, serious allegation. Well, now he has been convicted, but they said they got the top of the pyramid, so there's certainly a big step in obviously ongoing efforts, not just in Polk County, but across the state when it comes to things like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a really big step. And something that Grady Judd stressed was that he said that the team was able to dismantle this sex money murder gang. But he said the problem is that as soon as they start capturing these suspects and these suspects are being convicted, more people come up, they rise up through the ranks, if you will, and they want to take the place. And so Grady Judd, he said that, you know, they may have dismantled this one, but other gangs and other suspects, they are cropping up in the area. And something that he and Uthmeier kept stressing was that Polk County, Florida, but especially in Polk County, is not the place where you want to commit these crimes. So they kept stressing that if you are doing anything like this, involved in gang activity, they kept stressing that they are going to find you and they are going to hopefully find a jury that will convict them.
All right, our second story in the Tampa connection, and that's a fugitive that investigators believe may be in the Bay Area.
Yeah, this is something that's been topping our website all morning long. The West Palm Beach Police Department, they are saying that a man who is wanted on child abuse charges could possibly be in the Tampa area. That man is 34-year-old Cody Waller. Now, initially, law enforcement officials believed that he had been living and working down in West Palm Beach, but now they do believe that he could possibly be in the Tampa area. And anybody who has information on Waller or his whereabouts is asked to contact the West Palm Beach Police Department. Tips can also be submitted anonymously through Crime Stoppers of Palm Beach County. Their phone number is 1-800-458-8477, or they are also encouraging people to submit tips via the Crime Stoppers website. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, sad situation out of Brandon.
Yeah, family, they're mourning the loss of a 17-year-old who was hit and killed by a train last week. Now, that 17-year-old is Jamar Bond, and his family says that he was walking to Brandon High School when he was struck by a freight train. Investigators say he was walking near the tracks when that freight train hit him. Now, Jamar, he was taken to Tampa General Hospital where he died the next day. Deputies say headphones were found near him, and the area at the time was covered in dense fog. Now, this is actually the second major loss for the family. Bond's father died when Jamar was just 8 years old, making the tragedy even more difficult for his mother as well as his 19-year-old twin sisters. Family members say Bond was full of life, loved basketball, and was known as a protector who enjoyed making others laugh. He had dreams of working in healthcare, engineering, or possibly joining the Coast Guard. Detectives have not said exactly how the crash occurred or whether any additional factors played a role, and this investigation is ongoing. Now, meanwhile, Bond's family, they have launched a website, and they plan to start a foundation in his honor. Garrett?
Oh my gosh, well, we certainly, keep them in our thoughts and prayers, and, anytime they can do something to keep that legacy alive, seems like they are looking toward the future in a way to keep his memory alive, but certainly a sad situation there. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, man, we are in phase one of the cool down.
We really are.
All caps, the cool down.
I feel like we haven't had too many weeks this season, if any. We've had a couple cold days, but it feels like this entire week, even into next week right now, Garrett, looks to be like at or really below where we should be for this time of the year.
It's going to get pretty rough later in the week, but like we said, we're kind of going in stages or steps here.
And Mother Nature's like preparing us little by little. She's like, okay, we'll just kind of temper you now, get you used to it before the real chill arrives. Today we're cooler than where we were this time yesterday for sure. Some of us, not a huge difference, but still most of us on the map cooler behind that cold front that brought us that kind of gray, gloomy later Sunday with a couple of showers, some sprinkles, and tonight it's still going to be cool, but kind of close to average. So nothing we can't handle, right? Gainesville, Ocala still in the 40s, around 55 on Orlando, so still probably jacket weather, but the clouds actually going to be the saving grace, going to kind of keep temperatures from dropping all that far. Tomorrow, essentially where we should be, but not a lot of sunshine, so it might seem a little raw. We'll have still that onshore flow trying to kind of switch around. So overall temperatures around 70, but then we see our next system moving in, and this one's going to bring that potential for, which we badly need, some rain. Still not a soaker of a day, not a washout as we head through our Wednesday, but notice as this cold front starts to sweep in, it's going to bring the potential for some showers, maybe a couple of claps of thunder as it works through into our Thursday. We'll have some upper level energy overhead, but behind it, that's that cold air that's going to settle in as this area of high pressure sinks in and temperature is going to be just tumbling. It looks like through this weekend into next week, we're going to have a solid likelihood of temperatures below normal. And really, Garrett, I think temperatures as we head through our Thursday, you can see wind chills there in the 50s, down into the 40s, and then finally 20s and 30s. Probably feeling like below freezing for essentially all of us as we head into our Friday morning. So Friday is certainly going to be the coldest day of, I'd say, the next 7.
All right, so we again make the switch from the air conditioning to the heat.
Yeah. We turned ours. I mean, we turned it up, so essentially it's off. It did not kick on once. It was in the 60s in our house this morning when we woke up, but it was bearable. I think it was like 70 when I left for work in the house this afternoon.
Gosh, it's that roller coaster. We are on that temperature roller coaster. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here, give you a live look at Daytona Beach because you're not really beach weather.
No beach days, I feel like.
So we'll just enjoy the view from here. We'll be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. AI deepfake videos are fueling an online weight loss product scam. The Better Business Bureau says they've gotten more than 200 reports of a product that's being marketed as a GLP-1 alternative and a form of a popular social media trend called the pink salt trick. You may have heard of it, you may have seen it, but there are some things you need to watch for. We want to bring in Holly Sammons, who's the president and CEO of the BBB serving Central Florida. Holly, we always appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, so this is something we say artificial intelligence. We know how convincing it can be, and that seems to really be one of the things that is tripping people up with one of these scams.
Yeah, that's right. You know, many of us have those faces, whether they be, you know, celebrities or TV shows or even news personalities, those faces that we feel like we know and we trust. And we know that scammers now, with AI making it so easy, scammers are using that to take advantage of consumers because it is so easy to use AI to make them really say whatever you want, make whatever claims you want. And so, you know, unlike any time before in history, consumers have to really be very critical of what they see and hear and do a lot of homework to make sure that they're not being misled.
And so this GLP-1 popularity, or this GLP-1 scam, what are some things that people need to watch out for? What are some of the red flags here and what should we really be watching for?
I would say right off the top, the big name celebrity endorsements. You know, we have seen Oprah Winfrey and other really big personalities, their likeness used in this scam. And again, you know, using AI to make these very, you know, famous people say whatever they want, to make whatever claims they want. And it's a bit of a game of whack-a-mole. As soon as you shut, you know, one down, it could pop up somewhere else. So consumers have to really be very careful and critical anytime they see a celebrity's name or likeness, even a video endorsing a product. If it's something you're interested in, you know, check. Don't ignore any of the red flags. You know, make sure that you're looking to see who is trying to sell me this product. Is this a product that you went out looking for, or did this ad come to you either by social media, maybe through a text message or through email? You know, how did it come to you? Is it being highly marketed, highly advertised? And again, even if you see that really big name celebrity, make sure that you check, you know, all the important things. Who's trying to sell it to me? How did it come to me? Did I go looking for it, or did they come looking for me?
Because what you're seeing with this one in particular, you're seeing people placing an order and then continuing to ask for more money.
That's right. We know that in the supplement industry in general, you know, if you make that first purchase, it can be really difficult to get those charges to stop. And that's in a best case scenario, we're actually receiving a legitimate product. But in these cases, these sites are popping up where they're selling you promises, where they're selling you these, you know, unbelievable ideas of these miracle drugs, and you're giving them a lot of information, you're paying them money, and, you know, best case scenario, you may receive something in the mail. You know, then you need to go to your doctor to check with your doctor about those ingredients, about how it could interact with things you're already taking. But worst case scenario, you receive nothing and you've given scammers a lot of personal and financial information.
That's a good point about checking with your doctor after that, because if you are concerned about who you may be getting this from, you might also want to be concerned about the product you're getting.
Well, that's right. Anytime you receive a supplement or really anything that you're going to ingest and put into your body, and your physician or a medical professional has not been involved in that process, you want to make sure that you take that information or that you take that product to your physician to make sure, or to your pharmacist, to make sure that it's not going to interact with or counteract or, you know, cause problems with any conditions or any medications you may already be taking. Not to mention, if you are taking a supplement, or if you're taking something that has come from, you know, a creation that has not been reviewed or monitored by the FDA, you want to make sure that the ingredients that are going into the product, that your physician or your medical professional has given you the advice or the clearance that those are safe to ingest. So just because you can order it, or, you know, you can pay for it and you receive it, doesn't always mean that you should. You should always consult your physician or a medical professional first.
All right, so bottom line in here, if we see one of these ads with Oprah, whoever it may be, what should we do?
You know, first you want to make sure that you do your homework on who is the company selling it, right? Even if they have put a very famous name or face on the product or on the advertising, look to see who is behind that. Who is the company selling it? Certainly you can search with Better Business Bureau at bbb.org for that company's name. But first you want to look to see who is selling it and what kind of track record, what kind of complaints or reviews does that company have. And then also, you know, using a credit card, certainly, instead of using your debit card, you know, other forms of payment that give you less protection. At least if you're purchasing with a credit card, there are dispute opportunities and things like that that give you a little bit more protection. You know, also not ignoring the red flags. If they promise things that sound too good to be true, if you can take a supplement, if you can take, you know, this pill with no exercise, no diet change, and it's going to magically transform you, into, swimsuit condition. That's a red flag in and of itself. We would all like to believe that, but it's a red flag if they're offering you things like that. That sounds too good to be true. It probably is.
Always good to remember and keep that in mind. Holly Sammons, President and CEO of the Better Business Bureau serving Central Florida. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Live look right now toward Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station along Florida's Space Coast, where another SpaceX Falcon 9 launch of Starlink satellites has been delayed a little bit again. 29 Starlink satellites supposed to launch. That launch now scheduled for, I believe, after 4 o'clock. It's been steadily delayed throughout the afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. In other space news, we know Crew 11 is getting ready to come home from the International Space Station early because of a medical issue involving one of the crew members on board. We now know that crew is going to be leaving on Wednesday. And so going on right now, I want to get you to a change of command ceremony that is going on board the International Space Station, as NASA astronaut Mike Fink hands over command to a Russian cosmonaut, Sergei Zverchkov. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Houston, this is the International Space Station, Expedition 74. And we're here for a change of command ceremony, and we welcome all of our guests and friends from all over the planet. Today's an important day. We are getting ready. One part of us are getting ready to leave this beautiful space station, and another part is getting ready to take over full command and get ready to be ready for another Dragon crew to come. These are interesting times. This is the International Space Station. We've had continuous human habitation for 25 years. It's a wonder of engineering, a wonder of science, and a wonder of diplomacy. We're from all over the planet, and we're working together. It's a great symbol of what human beings can do. So I'd like to just make a few quick opening remarks. As the outgoing commander, I just want to say thank you for the first part of Expedition 74, but also the last part of Expedition 73. It's been really amazing. My friend Scott Kelly says that spaceflight is the biggest team sport, and it's true. And we got a great team. Everybody really rose to the occasion for our expeditions, and it's been really a pleasure to be here. I thank you all very much for your hard work, for your assistance, and for all the fantastic science and exploration that we worked on together. It was really fun. Some of the jokes weren't so good, but I'll keep trying. In the meantime, this is also a farewell, and just like to say it's been really great working with you all. I hope that we can stay our family and be our family and friends again back on planet Earth when we meet each other. But along the way, Sergei, it's been great to know you and to serve with you and to steal your spot at dinner time and to make some good jokes with you. Chris, you're going to be the USOS lead in just a few minutes. You are the perfect guy for this. You're going to rock it and roll it. It's going to be amazing. And it was great to have all the handover time with you and to really become a true friend. Yui-san, よろしくお願いします。本当にありがとうございました。心からな。Thank you so much. You were my buddy when breakfast in the morning and getting out the food bobs and anytime I needed assistance. You are the best helper. Sorry, Oleg, you used to be the best helper, but you can still be the most handsome. And I look forward to I was with you when you first arrived in space, and when we leave space, I'll be with you, sitting right next to you. Zena, you are a rock star, superstar, awesome star. It's been a pleasure serving with you, watching you see Earth for the first time, riding on the rocket, and now it's coming to an end where we get to go home. It's bittersweet. And with that, Sergei, I'm not giving the command yet. We got to wait for a little bit. Everyone's got to say their piece, but don't worry. All this will be yours. But it was great to know you back on planet Earth and really great to spend time with you. I wish it were longer, but we have what we have, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to continue working together here in space maybe, and then for certainly back on planet Earth. Sergei, пожалуйста.
Thank you. Thank you all crew for working well together, and I can only say I wish new commander a safety flight.
Yeah, I think you guys both said it well. I mean, this crew has really worked well together and been just an absolute pleasure to be on board with. You know, your crew are your coworkers, but also your family up here. And I think it's pretty rare that you have families that get along so well and just enjoy being in each other's company so well, so much. And so I think we're very lucky to have that. And it's going to be, we're really sad to say goodbye, but we're also really grateful for the time that we had up here together. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we look forward to carrying all of the lessons that you guys have taught us on forward through the rest of Expedition 74. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you guys home safe on Earth.
Yeah, first of all, Mike-san, thank you very much for your great leadership. Yeah, you motivated us, leading us, and also made laugh a lot. Very good, jokes. Yeah, I really wanted to be a Mike Pink's serial number 002. Yeah. And I know Sergei-san will be the best, one of the best commander, for the ISS history. I already know you have very good leadership, and I feel very lucky to have all of you. Yeah, I feel like just like family members, and I don't want to actually leave from here, but I just need to leave. But I'm very happy to have same experience, with you. Thank you very much for everything, and thank you for your great support from ground.
First of all, Michael, thank you very much for your leadership, and I know you don't like it, but I know not a lot of ISS commanders, and you one of my favorite. It's exactly, and thank you for everything what you did for us, and thank you my crew. We made a lot of great job, and for my friends, Chris and Double Sergeys, I wish you good luck. And also, I want to say thank you very much, Ground, for your support and for everything. And Суп Москвы also, я уже все перепутал, все языки. Но Суп Москвы, я хочу сказать вам большое спасибо. Мы улетаем домой, но спасибо за вашу помощь. И мои коллеги останутся и будут выполнять всю оставшуюся работу. И за меня тоже. Спасибо вам большое.
This has been such an incredible experience. This is a place that I longed to see for myself. I could never have dreamed up a better crew to share this experience with. Michael, thank you so much for being a wonderful commander and building this culture that we have. Our timing of this departure is unexpected, but what was not surprising to me was how well this crew came together as a family to help each other and just take care of each other, and this includes very much our teams on the ground. You have been incredible support through this whole expedition, this whole journey. I'm so proud to have taken part in this. Human spaceflight is complex, but it's not something that anyone can do alone as an individual, and it just has been the honor of a lifetime to share this with you. Thank you so much.
It's really hard to add something, but it's been a pleasure to work with you all, and it's been a pleasure to work with you, Mike, as a commander, not only because of your professionalism, but also because of your ability to build a team spirit. And the crew became the real family here, and it was a big pleasure not only work with you, but spend weekends and time after working hours, chatting, communicating, sharing stories. It's really important in space when we are concealed in this inside the space station. So thank you, Mike. Kimi, thank you so much for your experience in video, photo, and of course, thank you for sharing wonderful Japanese kitchen. Desserts are, impossibly good. Yes, Zina, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to work with you, and I saw a lot of professionalism in your work. You always were open and share your experience, and thank you for this thank you for this the feeling of beauty among these tough guys. Yes, it's really important. Oleg, you are a great team member, and I'm really proud to work with you. And that's it. I think that I hope we will work with you many more days on Earth and then in space. You promised a second flight, and not only second, maybe third. We'll see. So Sergey and Chris, we have time. We have at least in 1 month ahead, working all three on board the space station, and I see we are build a bond team, and I have no doubts we're gonna work. We're gonna continue working as a family, as a team. So that's it. And the most of all, I really want to say that I appreciate your team, your family, and we'll see you on Earth. And we will looking forward to your return until the very splashdown. Thank you so much. And by the way, today this not only a return home ceremony, it's also a command changing ceremony.
Oh yeah, we should probably
Yes.
do that.
Yes. So I pass mic to you, Mike.
Okay. So, Sergey, I have a small personal request before we get to the official handovers part. Is I think my first command as commander, not that I give too many commands, was to ask everybody for a group hug. So maybe it's up to you to decide whether that's your first command or not, but not yet. Not yet. Up to you. So that's something to think about. But in the meantime, this is a really precious space station. It's right now in the middle of transition. We have all these cargo vehicles and cargo everywhere. We're leaving you with a lot of work. But also with a lot of knowledge, knowing that you guys are really going to do super well. Sergey, it's an honor and a pleasure to be a commander, and I cannot imagine being happier than to hand over command to you. So we need a special instrument. Oops, my flight suit doesn't want to release it, but it must. This has been passed on for a long time. It's the key to the ISS. So, Sergey, do you accept command of the International Space Station?
Yes, I accept command of International Space Station. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Despite all the changes and all the difficulties, we're gonna do our job on board ISS, performing all the scientific tasks, maintenance tasks here, whatever happens. And it's a big honor to be a commander of space station. Thank you, Mike. And I want to command the first command. Let's make a group hug.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody.
You never forget about it. And of course, no doubts, we want to thank all MCCs around the world for continuous support of the International Space Station. We feel it. We know that you are far from us, but you are one hand club us. Thank you so much. Let's continue working together.
Change of command ceremony on board the International Space Station as Crew 11 gets ready to depart on Wednesday, again because of some sort of medical issue, medical concern regarding one of those crew members. Here is a live look from some of the views from the International Space Station as that change of command has been made, and now Crew 11 gets ready to come back home. Again, they'll be leaving on Wednesday, splashdown off the coast of California around 3:40 a.m. on Thursday. We know NASA and SpaceX continuing to review the weather conditions in those splashdown zones. And we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Let me give you a live look right now in Tallahassee. You can see the Florida State Capitol and many of the surrounding office buildings as well. On the eve of the start of the regular legislative session, getting underway tomorrow, a joint session gavels in at 11 o'clock. Governor Ron DeSantis is going to deliver his final State of the State address. I want to let you know we will carry that live for you uninterrupted here on Fox 35 News Plus that you can watch on Fox Local. We'll also be streaming that on YouTube. So we hope you join us for that. We will have a lot of coverage from the first day of legislative session and throughout the session. We know a number of issues, big topics that you care about and that impact your life going to be discussed at the Capitol over the next few weeks. So we hope you join us for our coverage, not just tomorrow, but as that session moves forward as well. So we're out of time here on Florida Live. Also want to let you know, Jay Collins has announced a news conference this afternoon to officially announce his run for governor as well. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Our live streaming news continues next. Actually, we have one more minute. That is on me. I am used to that in break coming up at 58, and it instead is coming up at 59. So now I don't have to rush. 3:30 this afternoon, that is when Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins is going to hold that news conference talking about his run for governor. So that'll be coming up a little bit later today. But again, the House and Senate going to be in a joint session tomorrow, and Governor DeSantis deliver that final State of the State address. And we'll see what ends up happening. It's going to be a very interesting campaign to replace him. But in the meantime, still so much that is going to be discussed with committees in the House and in the Senate. Property taxes. We know the redistricting special session coming up in April, so a lot to watch on that front out of Tallahassee. Again, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here on Monday afternoon. It's now 3 o'clock. We still have another half an hour with you here. I thought it was really cool seeing the ISS change of command ceremony. I don't know about you, but really neat to see that. And see the teamwork and the camaraderie between the different astronauts, cosmonauts from different countries. As they said, they're from all over the planet, but peacefully coexisting there on the ISS. And again, Crew 11 going to be coming home on Wednesday as they return about a month early because of a medical concern for one of the members of the crew. We still don't have any more information about that. We know NASA says that because of patient privacy and those kinds of things, they won't be talking more about what that concern is or who it may be dealing with that. Shifting gears here, I want to talk about a ceremony in the city of Orlando earlier today as 3 new members of the city commission were sworn in today, including Tom Keene, Roger Chapin, and Shan Rose. Really interesting for all of those races that happened in this past campaign. Tom Keene is a former state representative. He's a Democrat who defeated the only Republican member of the city commission, and that was incumbent Jim Gray. Roger Chapin beat a fellow Democrat in a December runoff. That was a seat that was opened after Robert Stewart decided to step down. And then Shan Rose, of course, she had been interim commissioner ever since Regina Hill was removed from office in 2023 amid an ongoing investigation and some criminal charges that she faces. So they were all sworn in today at a special ceremony inside the commission chamber. and they each spoke briefly after being sworn in.
I, Tom Keene,
I, Tom Keene,
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
that I will support, defend, and protect the Constitution
and government of the United States
and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida
against all enemies, domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, domestic and foreign,
and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same,
true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same,
and that I am entitled to hold the office under the Constitution,
and I am entitled to hold the office under the Constitution,
that I will faithfully perform all of the duties
that I will faithfully perform all of the duties
of the office of City Commissioner, District 1,
of the office of City Commissioner, District 1,
City of Orlando,
on
which I am about to enter.
Which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I had a joke about speaking for 45 minutes, but we'll skip that here real quick. I've got very brief remarks. I want to thank the mayor, fellow city commissioners to be here in just a second, county officials that might have been here, that are here, legislators and other elected and former elected leaders that are with us today. Your presence reflects the shared responsibility that we have to serve this community. I'm also honored to be here today and humbled by the trust of the voters to serve as your commissioner from District 1. I want to thank everyone that made this possible, including my friends, volunteers, staff members, and all the voters from District 1. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize and thank Commissioner Jim Gray for his dedicated service to our city. Jim's commitment to the people of Orlando is commendable. And I'm grateful for his service and wish Jim all the best. Now, I just want to focus on a very simple but powerful theme, moving Orlando forward. Moving Orlando forward means working together under the leadership of our mayor and my fellow commissioners to reach our goals in a way that puts citizens first. Development must serve our neighborhoods and our families. Transportation must address daily realities with smarter traffic control, meaningful investment in public transit. Housing must be livable and attainable. That is affordable and designed for real people who call Orlando home. Prosperity must be shared, reflecting the strength of Orlando as a growing, diverse, and I use that word very specifically, and dynamic city. We are entering a period of unprecedented change. 3 of us today are taking our oath of office for our first full terms. And next year, the Orange County Mayor and 6 of the 8 county commissioners' seats will be competed, as well as the chair of the school board. And in just 2 years, we may be back here with the election of a new mayor. Healthy competition for these offices is essential. Competition brings new ideas and rigorously tests the plans already in motion, making our government stronger and more responsive. So during this exciting time, I'm committed to being an avenue through which constituent voices can travel directly to the source, clearly, honestly, and without barrier. Thank you for everyone for attending today, both in person and online. If you couldn't be here, or if you need any way to be heard, my office will always be open as a line of communication. Together, let's keep Orlando moving forward. Thank you.
Congratulations, Commissioner Keene. We look forward to working with you as you work to serve the residents of District 1. Now, please welcome Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, who will administer the oath of office to District 3 Commissioner Roger Chapin, who's joined by his wife Susan and his daughter Gray.
I state your name.
I, Roger Chapin,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic or foreign,
domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same
and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same,
and that I am entitled to hold office
and that I am entitled to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
all the duties of office of the City Commissioner, District 3,
all the duties and offices of the City of Orlando, District 3,
and of the City of Orlando,
and of the City of Orlando,
on which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you all. I want to thank Mayor Dyer, Commissioners Keene, Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Sheehan, Commissioner Rose, Commissioner Burns. I'd especially like to thank Commissioner Robert Stewart for his 20 years of service as my commissioner. Another former elected official who's here today, former state representative and Senate President Andy Gardner is here today. I've been around city halls my entire life, first as a child, then as a civic volunteer, and now as a city commissioner. I'd like to thank 3 key women who helped introduce me to a life of public service. Of course, one person who without her, none of this would be possible. Literally none of it. My mother, Linda Chapin. The first mayor of Orange County. Mom, I remember your stories of early activism. I remember you sharing how and why you marched in Washington with Dr. King, why you thought it was important for your 4 children to attend public schools, and why you thought everyone deserved an equal shot at the American dream. Of course, both my parents, my mother and my father, taught all of their children unique perspectives on fairness, kindness, and the golden rule. My first official experience in this building was a volunteer assignment afforded to me by then Orlando Mayor Glenda Hood. Serving on the Orlando Municipal Planning Board confirmed to me then what is still true today, that the City of Orlando is led by amazing, dedicated public servants. A few years later, then Orange County Mayor Teresa Jacobs, a member of the opposing party, appointed me to the Charter Review Commission. That experience confirmed that ethics, citizen participation, and good government are not partisan issues. In short, I have 3 Madam Mayors to thank. Of course, the mayor who entrusted me with the most opportunity is simply known as the mayor. By appointing me to various boards over the last 2 decades, Mayor Dyer afforded me the privilege to serve, further instilling in me that participation, collaboration, bipartisanship, and respect for others are the keys to getting things done. Thank you, Mayor Dyer, for your friendship, your leadership, and your service to our community. Of course, I want to thank the residents of Orlando for entrusting me with this important opportunity. I want to quickly tell you about one of them, Prince Omenenihu. Prince and I were waving signs together on Election Day. Prince is from Nigeria and arrived in America in 2023. Prince and his wife are pursuing dual citizenship. I'm honored that Prince took the time today to come and see me take the oath of office. Prince, are you here? I left out a little bit of information, a key piece. When Prince and I were waving signs together on Election Day, for one election, we were holding different signs. Our political leaders must respect and protect all people. Instead of holding press conferences on detention centers, we should be working to expand opportunities for all. We should respect each other enough to seek ways to work together, not always against each other. Lastly, I want to thank my family. My mother-in-law, Sue Chicone, my wife, Susan, of 27 years, daughter, Gray, a senior at UF. I would not be here today without your love and support. Susan, Gray, and I are very close. We are especially close for what we lost. Our daughter and Gray's big sister Blair passed away at the age of 15 in 2017. In the book titled The Siege by Clara Park, about her special needs child, the author states, "We cannot sift experience and only take the part that does not hurt us. So then this experience that we did not choose, which we would have given everything to avoid, has made us different, has made us better." Blair taught us to celebrate life, to cherish the special moments, to celebrate the caregivers, the teachers, the therapists, the nurses, the first responders. My promise is that I will try to lead in a manner that reflects as many of the qualities as I've outlined today. Offer opportunities to young people, serve in a civil manner, encourage all citizens, regardless of party, religion, sexual orientation, to get involved in your government and your community, and to remember the most vulnerable among us. May God bless you. May God bless our city beautiful. May God provide guidance and wisdom to our leaders. And may God shield the most vulnerable among us, especially those who are being persecuted and threatened here at home and abroad. Thank you.
Congratulations, Commissioner Chapin. We look forward to working together as you serve the residents of District 3. And now, please welcome Michael Beal, who will administer the oath of office to District 5 Commissioner Shan Rose, who is joined by her son, Jeremy.
We're waiting on Mom. I, Shan Rose,
I, Shan Rose,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the Government of the United States
the Constitution of the Government of the United States
in the state of Florida
in the state of Florida
against all enemies, domestic and foreign,
against all enemies, domestic and foreign,
and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same.
and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance the same.
Good. And that I am entitled to hold office
And that I'm entitled to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of the Commissioner of District 5.
all of the duties of the Commissioner of District 5
That's right. And of the City of Orlando, on which I'm about to enter.
on the City of Orlando, which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Tom didn't want to take the 45 minutes, so I will. So it's a running joke for those who don't know. At council, there's always the one commissioner who takes a whole bunch of time, and so it's a running joke. Who's going to get it this time? And so I promise it won't be 45 minutes. Thank you. Standing here today, I'm filled with deep gratitude, humility, and unwavering sense of responsibility to serve. First and foremost, I want to thank the residents of District 5 and the City of Orlando for continuing to place your trust in me. This moment is not about one individual. It is about a community that believes in progress, accountability, and a future where everyone truly has a seat at the table. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my family, my friends, and supporters who have stood beside me through every long day, every challenge, and every victory. Your encouragement, sacrifices, and belief in this mission made this moment possible. To my campaign team, volunteers, and community leaders, your dedication reflects the very best of public service. I'm so deeply grateful to my colleagues on this dais, our city staff, our first responders, my aide, Don Wallace. Your commitment to serving Orlando inspires me every single day, and I look forward to continue working collaboratively as we move our city forward. District 5 is a community defined by strength, diversity, and resilience. It is home to families and seniors, small businesses and educators, entrepreneurs, and young people with big dreams. As your commissioner, I continue to promise that I will be a leader who listens, a representative who shows up, and an advocate who works tirelessly on your behalf. As the rapper from Paramore 613 Twissy says, it is what it is, and I'm not doing any back and forth. Whether you're catching Hot Boy in concert downtown at the Beecham, you're grabbing a bite to eat from Nikki's Place, you're fishing at Barker Park, you're washing clothes at the Ivy Lane Coin Laundry, you're enjoying lunch at Stonington's, or watching the game or a concert at one of our local venues, District 5 is moving forward, and it is in great hands. I am proud to serve you. My priorities are clear: investing in safe and affordable neighborhoods, supporting local businesses, expanding economic opportunity, protecting our quality of life, and ensuring that growth benefits everyone, not just a few. I'm committed to transparency, accessibility, and results-driven leadership. Public service is not about titles, it's about impact. It is about showing up when it's hard, making thoughtful decisions, and never forgetting who you serve. I take this oath today with the full understanding that leadership is earned every single day. Together, we will continue to build a city that is inclusive, innovative, and full of opportunity. Together, we will ensure that Orlando remains a place where families can thrive, businesses can grow, and future generations can succeed. As the late, great Commissioner Mabel Butler once said, "Let the work I've done speak for me." I intend to let my work speak today, tomorrow, and every day I have the honor to serve you. Thank you for this incredible opportunity. I'm ready to continue the work. God bless you. God bless the city of Orlando. And God bless District 5.
To 3 new City Commission members on the Orlando City Commission, and actually had their first meeting this afternoon. That council meeting began at 2 o'clock. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Heartbreaking end to a great season for the Jacksonville Jags. The last-second tip pass and interception ended their hopes of a comeback, losing 27-24 to the Buffalo Bills yesterday in the wild card round in a game that they hosted in Jacksonville. We caught up with Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, to talk about the season and what happens next for the Jags.
Yeah, you would have liked to have seen Trevor Lawrence play a little bit better in that situation. He had been on a really good streak. The first interception he threw in the first half, it was just he totally got played by the linebacker back there, who had kind of cheated over a little bit, knowing he was going to throw toward the middle, and then he came back over and intercepted it. And Trevor even said he should have known better than that, but his eyes kind of led him right to the receiver. So that kind of, led to the first interception. Also, that interception late, which was deflected. Again, he said he stared down his receiver, but still, one of the things I was a little bit confused about was how well they were running the ball, and they, for quite a while, went away from the run game, which I just didn't get. I mean, LaQuint Allen looked good, Travis Etienne looked good, so I would have liked to have seen them continue running the ball more because, it was a close game, and the first half was kind of more like a feeling out process. It was the second half where they really started to throw the haymakers, but, one of the big things for me was, I've watched football evolve over the years from Bill Parcells and, the gut feeling to analytics and all of these things and Kyle Shanahan and guys like that. I did not like the decision up 7-3 to go for it on 4th and 2 instead of kicking the field goal and going up by a touchdown. I just don't like that at all. You saw it actually happen in the Eagles 49ers, or I'm sorry, in the Chargers, the night game, the Chargers and Patriots. The Chargers opted not to kick a field goal to go up 3-0, and then the Patriots come right down and kick a field goal and they go up 3-0. So the Patriots did it the right way. But back to the Jaguars, that play call for Trevor to come around with the keeper, I wasn't a big fan of that on 4th and 2. I would have liked him. He's a big guy. I know he looks gaunt, but he's 6'6". He's really a big guy. I would have liked to have seen him just run kind of head on into the pack and try and get you those 2 yards. That leap he tried looked awkward. His leg again touched the ground as he's being touched by the tackler. So, inexperience there, obviously. It's the Jaguars' first time in the playoffs. The Bills right now, they have the longest playoff streak in the NFL. This is their either 7th or 8th year in a row. With the Chiefs being eliminated, the Bills move into that top spot with the most consecutive playoff appearances. So Josh Allen, you got to give to the MVP. He played error-free football, didn't turn it over, got big first downs, did most everything right. The Jaguars' defense looked just stellar yesterday, holding James Cook under 50 yards. But what the Bills did well was they essentially used the short pass game to Khalil Shakir to as their run game, because I think they had 3 0-yard passes that he took and then got 8, 10, 12 yards downfield on the yards after catch. So he caught all 8 of his short yardage targets and turned those into almost 100 yards. So you have to give it to them. They said we couldn't pound the ball up the middle the way James Cook normally does. So they did little swing passes and used that to their advantage. So there's just little things where I think Liam Cohen next year, if he's in the playoffs a second time, he might make some different decisions. But hey, you know what? There's hope for the future for the Jaguars. There's a lot of things to take away from it that are good, but unfortunately, it's a first round exit, and everyone in Duval is a little bit sad this morning. Liam Cohen, granted, Grant Udinsky is the offensive coordinator, first-time coordinator. So Liam Cohen was still kind of in charge of the offense. He came over from the Bucs as an offensive coordinator, and people say he fixed Baker Mayfield. Well, then you could say he came in this year and he fixed Trevor Lawrence, because Trevor didn't look good. All that. I shouldn't say he didn't look good. He didn't look all that great the first half of the season, and then everything kind of turned around, and he really limited mistakes. He had only had 1 interception in the past 6 games, unfortunately, threw 2 yesterday. But all of these things, and then you have the hope of getting Travis Hunter back next year, after his injury. So there's a lot of good things to look forward to for the Jaguars. It's just like I said, the disappointment, you want to get that win at home, and they certainly could have, but it just wasn't meant to be.
When we talk about, the Jags coming in the next season, we talked about Anthony Campanelli being such a, real relief and breath of fresh air for this defense. That also means he could be a target for another team to snatch up this offseason.
Yeah, and it might not only be a 5-hour drive down I-95, right? Because the new general manager for the Miami Dolphins, John Eric Sullivan, he's coming over from Green Bay. Well, where did Campanile come from, where he was an assistant defensive coordinator? He, in charge of the linebackers. He was in Green Bay in 2024, and they really like some of the things he did. Now, is he on the short list? That I can't say. He's definitely on the candidate list. I think he's one of the 5 or 6 guys that they really like. Obviously the John Harbaugh watch is still on, but I think the Dolphins are going to sit back and wait, get another round or two of the playoffs, because look, there's some real, a definite possibility that the Steelers could also let Mike Tomlin go, which seems insane because the guy's never had a losing season, but he also hasn't been very successful in the playoffs. And had it been him that lost last week and not Harbaugh, Harbaugh would be coaching tonight. Tomlin would probably be on the assembly line, so to speak, of coaches out of a job. So, there's a lot of things that the Dolphins are looking at, and they're also looking at other coordinators. But right now, there's the definite possibility that, that there was such an impression made by Campanile there with the Jaguars that the Dolphins could look at that. Do I think it'll happen? It's probably unlikely. I mean, look, 1 year as a defensive coordinator, and nowadays it's such an offense-driven league, and you see the guys that are really sought after, guys like Liam Cohen, guys like Ben Johnson and the Bears. So, it might be a hard sell, but it also wouldn't surprise me because he is an impressive guy.
So we will see what happens with that. And again, one final wild card round game coming up tonight. It's the Texans and the Steelers. Well, thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming with you the last 4.5 hours here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're going to hand things off to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard for Fox, or not Laurel, I believe it's TJ